Welcome to the Nomad Network, your first stop for complete and comprehensive Chicago Bears football coverage. Dive deep into analyses, updates, and all things Bears. Subscribe to our YouTube channel today and never miss a beat. Thank you in advance for your support. We promise to bring you the best because together we're unstoppable. Go Bears!
Yo, no maniacs. Welcome into another edition of some extra sauce, man. We do a whole lot of content on this show. We got a bunch going on tonight, and we're going to do it a little bit differently than we normally do on a Wednesday night. And I think you guys are going to enjoy it. It's going to be it's always interactive, but I think you're going to be you're going to have to bring on your thinking caps on this one, man. You got to kind of put away ideologies and that kind of thing and just think as a citizen of the world, that kind of thing, giving you a little tease, but it's going to be kind of fun to talk about it. But welcome in, you guys. Everybody that's getting ready to fall in the chat, everybody that's already there watching from a distance and not chatting, welcome on in. I see Crimson, the first one there. Shout out to the Lord Crimson up in this BI. But we're going to have a good time tonight, man. Hopefully we'll get to some of the, they dropped 3 batches of UFO files, and we haven't covered a couple of them, man, just because it's just so much other stuff going on with myself and just around the world, man. With just too many other things to be talking about than that particular thing. But hopefully tonight we'll be able to get to a little bit of that, maybe a movie breakdown or 2, maybe a record breakdown or 2. I'm gonna try to condense it right so that we can be able to get to everything that we got planned tonight. But without further ado, man, I'm going to pass this rock on over to the Canuck on a bounce pass because I don't know what he ate tonight, if he can leap or not.
Oh, the Canuck ate good tonight, bro. I cooked myself up some serious steak, man. 3.5 minutes aside. Came out beautiful on a barbecue. Little salad with some mango ginger dressing, just a little bit. Oh, it was perfect. And some corn on the cob, man, with some butter, a little bit of salt and pepper. Oh boy, I was very impressed with myself. I'll tell you that right now. Very, very impressed with myself. You know, the meals that you're so satisfied with that, you're not necessarily super full, but you don't want to eat anymore. You know what I mean? Like that's how delicious this particular little meal was for me. So I'm just gonna give myself an Iron Mike Sharp pat on the back.
Steak, man.
As old as I am, you know who Iron Mike Sharp is. What's up?
How'd you do the steak again?
So, all right. So I took the steak.
You know what? Hold on for 1 second, kid.
Yeah.
You know what, Crimson? Just for you, because I know you got to get out of here. You tend to leave a little early. We'll shuffle the deck for you this week.
We'll bring Bears on early. Okay.
We'll get on that real quick. Okay. It's not a whole lot to talk about, but we'll give it a 1-2 get up and go about it. But go ahead, tell me again, kids.
Yeah, man, I marinated it real nice. A little bit of vinegar, some cooking wine, some Asian cooking wine, man. Put a little bit of that up in there. Salt, pepper, onion powder, garlic, a little bit of steak spice right in that marinade and just let that baby sit. A little bit of soy sauce in there too. Not too much salt, obviously not a lot of salt in the mix, but that soy gives it that little bit of salt kick. Boy, throw that on, a little bit of steak spice, flip it, and you're done. Like, beautiful. I'm impressed. Well,
what apparatus did you cook it on?
I cooked it right on the grill, man, right on the barbecue. I had to fire that baby up. Got it right up to 600. Just let it sit there with the corn first, and then blessed it 3 minutes aside. Boom, boom. Pulled that thing off. 3.5. It's very important. That 30 seconds is very important. Get you a little bit of crisp. And man, woo.
So that means you had a little crisp and a little pink.
You know what it was, man. That's exactly how it came out. I was so impressed with myself. You know what I mean? You just slice that thing, slice like butter. Oh,
Butter.
but a little bit of crisp on the top. Wow, boy, I'm well fed today. Super, super happy, healthy, whole foods, and all of that good stuff. So hopefully y'all eating good too out there.
I gotta tell you a little.
Oh, I didn't do the grilled onions, Doc. I should have done some grilled onions too. That would have been flavor.
I gotta tell you guys a little horror story from one of my boys in Georgia one time, man. He called me over for he was gonna grill, and he wanted to basically, man, he was my let's just say my guy to, my smoke guy. You know what I mean? But he called me over, he got a batch in, and he was like, he always threw it to me. I never had to pay for nothing with him. That's what I love about him. And he just decided to throw some, he wanted to throw some steaks on the grill, man. He had some nice, New York strips, and he threw some asparagus. He was going to throw some asparagus on there. So he goes out there and go fire the thing up. I'm in his house playing with his dog and stuff. And next thing you know, this dude comes running back in there. He's just like, I said, what's wrong with you? He's like, dude, you got to go out there. I said, what do you mean I got to go out there? What's going on? You look scared. He said he opened up. So he's got a one of those gas grills like you, kids. It's got a little cabinet center under the thing. You can, put some stuff
Sound like exactly what I got. Okay.
He opened it up, and a bunch of rats came running out.
Oh no.
And it's not like this is a guy that lived in a well-to-do neighborhood.
Ain't all that well. You got rats.
Well, I mean, there's rats everywhere in the city, and especially if he doesn't, utilize the grill often, critters, rats, squirrels, coons, what have you, will take up residence up in there because it's protected. Settle down. Because it's protected, from predators, from the weather and all that. And it's like, that's all right. It's a grill. Once you get that thing up to heat, it'll burn all the rat residue out.
That's one of the things that I don't like about those kind of apparatuses, man. Those outdoor apparatuses, like if you have to sterilize those things. And not even that being said, like Tripp said in the first part of his comments was, it's a safe place, and if they can snuggle up and get warm up under that thing or get safe for whatever reason, it's a place to go.
Yo, I know exactly what you're talking about, because when we moved into this joint, the previous folks left their barbecue in the backyard. So I was like, damn, it's actually a nice little barbecue. So I came out, I took a look at this thing. As soon as I opened up the lid, it wasn't rats, but it was mice. A bunch of mice came flying out of that thing. We took that thing to the corner so fast, man. I know somebody came and scooped it up, but that's for them to manage. You know what I mean? They can determine whether they want to fire up that grill post, rodent affiliation. They can figure that shit out on their own. So I left it right on the corner, and then that was when I was like, damn, now I need to go get myself a grill. And the one time my kids actually came through ever in life, hint, hint, kids went out and bought me a barbecue a couple of weeks later for Father's Day, and it was a beautiful thing. This barbecue been doing me real well. But like I said, I prefer a gas barbecue because it doesn't require all of that extra work. But
just fires right on up.
You light her up and away you go. Everything is good. You're eating in about, like I'm telling you,
because what would be cool, Kedz, since you mentioned Father's Day, which is coming up, I think soon, right?
I don't know.
Coming up on the calendar, I think so.
No, I don't get nothing.
Let's say a child or children, and their mama or not, all chipped in, a gas grill would be a wondrous gift for a loving, doting, father that nurtured them, gave them life, and put them in a position to afford for them to be able to buy him some shit on Father's Day.
I think that was a little bit of a hint to the the young R's out there. So
a couple things about that, man.
Look at daddy up.
First thing is,
what up, Briz? What up, Benji?
Two things going on here, man. In my grill community, in my neck of the woods, where people use charcoal, wood, and all that, that's just an insult to all the grillers of the world. Number one. Number two is, the first thing I would do with one of those kinds of apparatuses is take all kind of cabinets and covers away from it so nothing can be sneaking around and hiding up in there. First thing I do. And and the third thing is, I don't know if I accurately described, he's living in a very well-to-do neighborhood. These are probably $1 million homes.
Like gated and all that, huh?
Yeah, man. It's nice.
Damn.
It's nice, and you don't necessarily associate that kind of nice with rats.
The homeowners association going crazy over there somehow about them rats. That's for damn sure. Man. They're losing it.
I was like, hold up, bro. You got rats out there? I was like, I ain't coming back through here. You got to come to my
house. Grizz, man.
Ever been to $1 million home with roaches?
Never.
They exist.
Damn. Sure. You need to, if you spend $1 million on your house and you got roaches, you need to do some things. You got some priorities fucked up.
Hey, your mouth to their ears, or whatever that expression goes.
So Grizz, I've received a couple of them letters. I appreciate them when they're young, and then it turned into like this kind of like socks, underwear, tie thing, and like I'm a businessman and all that, but I'll be damned if I really gotta wear a tie. Like once in a blue moon, I might rock a tie, maybe, but I ain't trying to do all that. It makes me feel like a full on, if I wasn't a business, working stiff before, that's what I feel like, a working stiff.
Well, first of all, Grizz, we will not excuse this sort of behavior. Mm-hmm. And the sort of behavior I'm talking about is, all right, until they're like 5 or 6, sure, the little handwritten card. Yeah, oh, that's adorable. Oh, I still have one on my shelf. Adorable. And then you get to that socks and the necktie phase and all of that. That gets you to maybe 7th grade. And then after that, once they understand what money is and they know who Pops is, in 2026, it's time for a goddamn gas grill. That's all.
You went straight from socks to gas grill, and somehow it kind of went like that too for me, because it was funny. I was clowning my daughter about it, and she came back one year and she's like, "Hey, Daddy, Happy Father's Day. Here's some socks." I'm like, "I'm just gonna let you know." And I had this pause right there. "Thanks, baby, but I gotta let you know. Have you ever seen me like the socks that I wear?" She's like, "Yeah." And I was like, "What the hell is this then?" So like she got me like some like printed super colorful socks with like stuff on it. I'm never, that's cute and all that, but I'm never gonna wear that. Me personally, when it comes to socks, I rock black socks all the time. I get them in bulk, and that's what I'm wearing.
Daddy for real, bro.
Man, I'm somebody's daddy for real. Same token.
2 times over. At least
socks tend to disappear, so at least I have one style of sock.
That tells me one thing, kid. That tells me one thing and one thing only. You haven't spent a whole lot of money on your wardrobe at all.
What are you talking about? I got tons of stuff in my wardrobe. I just don't.
I've gotten over the
one
years,
must have a hint of color.
Over the years, I probably spent a good $70,000 on just my. I'm talking about my suit and boot type shit
and horizontal socks, not stripes.
Like I'm saying, I got that too. You ain't gonna see that on here. I ain't coming on this suited and booted. I'm telling you, that's all for business. But when it comes down to the socks, I'm just rocking black socks underneath there. That's all I'm rocking. Why? Because socks have a way of just growing legs and disappearing.
You know what you are? You the male version of Plain Jane.
Plain Jane.
You not get some variation in your socks.
You ain't seen my suits yet, man. I got some loud ass crazy.
Well, how good your suits look if your socks
been pimping.
When your pants leg rises and your socks ain't got no flavor, you Plain Jane as a male.
Well, it goes from the suit to the shoes.
If you're judging a man by his socks, all is lost.
So first of all, you don't be looking at another man's socks.
It's all about the haberdashery.
That's coming from the footmaster himself.
Haberdashery, man. Haberdashery. You gotta have the right cufflinks. You gotta have the right wrist wear. You gotta
I will do all of them things, but the socks is the thing. I just black socks. I'm good. That's what I'm wearing. I have some white socks that I'll rock if I'm playing like basketball and stuff. But 90% of the time, regular ass black socks. Again, why? Because if they disappear, I got another pair that look exactly like them.
Now isn't the look nowadays to wear like the real skinny pants and like the roach killer shoes and no socks?
Look now, I ain't that's like Florida. You watching people in Florida. That's how they get down. I live in Canada. It's cold as all You know what I'm saying? It's cold. Ain't nobody running around here with no. Then again, in the summer, it's kind of wild. All bets are off.
You ever been in a haberdashery store?
Yeah, that's where they sell hats and the matching the handkerchiefs and the pocket squares and the cummerbunds.
And I hate
the store where a refined gentleman goes in for his dress attire.
I hate that kind of shit. Like I said, I spend a lot of money on that stuff and giving it all away.
You're giving it away.
Gave it all away. I hate it. It's not me, but I look good in it. I just don't like it, man. I feel like I want to burn the fuck up every time I put some of that shit on.
I know what you mean, man, but I clean up real nice, so I got a little bit.
You know what side you dress, Kedz?
Say what?
Do you know what side you dress?
What side?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Ghetto.
Just
ghetto. Right. Obviously, you've never been to a tailor.
Yeah, what are you talking about? I got a guy named Jimmy the Suit, bro.
So Jimmy don't ask which way you dress?
That goes right next to a haberdashery, man.
Which way your shit hang? To the left or to the right?
My guy's this Italian home. Like y'all Jimmy's crazy, man. He's a little Italian guy that has a hold on a second, man. Jimmy got a trailer. All right. This is his business location. You holler at Jimmy. Jimmy go, all right, come meet me downtown at the trailer. You go to the trailer. He's got every kind of suit you could think of in bulk, but he brings it to the tailor like one off. What size you? Don't worry, I got a little section for you. And he dresses you and tailors you up right there in the trailer. It is wild, but Jimmy gives you the best. Shout out to Jimmy the Suit, man. Big up to Jimmy the Suit. He keeps it super legit. Dope prices.
I'm buying that shit, man. Trips. That man, his suits probably fit like he got them from his daddy.
No. Like I'm telling you, he tailors it for you. He will tailor. If it don't fit you, he'll go, give me a minute. You go downtown, you go do some business, come back about an hour, I'll have you straight because he already has your measurements. Jimmy is the man. I'm telling you this now because it was funny. I was about to go to a business conference and I'm kicking it with this Italian homie that used to go to school with me, man. And he was like, bro, you need a suit, dog. And I was like, oh shit. Yeah, you're right. Where can I go? Like, where should I go get a suit, man? And I listed a couple of places. He's like, no. Here's a card. You text Jimmy. Jimmy get you straight. And I'm like, oh.
Text Jimmy.
Jimmy? Oh, okay. And next thing you know, I'm at a trailer. I'm like, what the hell is like? This ain't even a store. What's going on? Yo, little man came out with glasses. I got
you. My vision is like a Joe Pesci with a tape measure.
Basically, it was Leo Getz. You know what I mean? Like basically, it was Joe Pesci. And he got you with a
what you want, Leo Getz.
He got you.
Those little guys will fit you up, man. I met a few of them
straight.
I don't know what it is about those little guys, but they will fit you up,
brother. I'm telling you, man. Jimmy got me straight. He gets me straight every time. I swear by this man's services. It's the only man I let that close to my junk. I'll just tell you that much right now.
Well, that's how you know which way you dress. You know, because you got to put that tape measure up in there and your inseam. And it's like to the left or right, big man. And it's like to the left, please, sir. Exactly. And that's what so when you have your suits on and you might see like maybe your date, you know, maybe she got on some beautiful dress and looking good, toes all out and shit. And you get a little chub. You don't want to, you know, disrupt the lines of your tailoring. You know what I mean? So you got to plan for that.
Yeah, man.
I had to take one of my kids, and I did it with my own fare, my own money. I had to take one of my kids because his he was invited. He was in his mom's wedding. You know, he was he was 16, 17 years. I don't know how old he was, somewhere around that age. And you know, I looked around and nobody was really doing nothing for him. And he was part of this wedding party. And I said, you know what I'm gonna do? I went and bought him his first tux, a tux he could keep, and got him fitted for it. And, you know, the way it happened and the way, you know how it is when you go, you've never been to a tailor before and somebody takes you into one of those kind of establishments, he had a sense for like, you doing all this for me? I see, I'm doing all this for you because somebody did it for me. And it's just a man's way of teaching you how to go about it as a man. So one day you'll do this for some young man later on in your life, maybe your son or somebody. But I got him fitted for a tux. He still has it, still can fit it. But you know, that kind I don't like that shit, man. But I know that's the man's way of showing a young man how to come about in this world. This is how you grow your wings, bro.
Man, my son didn't want to even. He wasn't even trying to feel it. I was trying to do that with him. He was like, "Daddy, I can't do it." I was like, "You trust me, you will show out, and I clean up real nice. You're gonna clean up real nice." But about 3 years later, he had a wedding to go to, and next thing you know, he came busting in the house. Him and his cousin. Man, the cousin was wearing a pink suit, and I have to say this, man, I ain't never seen a pink suit before. But my boy looked sharp, and my son was wearing like a purple suit. So the two of them just popping. Came in the door, boom! I was like, oh, wow. Look at you two, man. Y'all wearing sweatpants every day and stuff. Look at what y'all figured out. And there's pictures and stuff. I gotta big up the boys. But it is important for them to sort of figure things out. Crimson your little stuff in the chat is actually super funny. So first off, he's like, I had pasta today. Y'all know I had pasta. You know what I'm saying? So Crimson keeping it real Italian. And he was like, this sounds like some kind of stereotypical bullshit, except he's like, I know a couple of these mugs who are exactly like Kedz is describing.
This comment right here is perfect though, man. He's talking about the first time you go get one fitted for you. You feel like that's exactly how it should.
At least once, fits so well it feels like it grew there.
Yeah,
you know that. What was it? The quote from Sean Connery in The Rock. You know, I like the feel of a suit, and when you do put on a suit, you know the way it fits. You know, it's like yeah, it feels nice, and then you look nice, makes you want to stand up straight. You know, make sure those shoulders are back. It's a good clean you up kind of thing. You know, ain't every day if it ain't like that. But yeah, and then, you know, you got to have some colors in there, some paisleys, you know, some pops, you know, the bright hues, you know, contrast and stuff. Other than like your funeral all blacks kind of thing.
I tell you something, Trips. You ever seen the show Peaky Blinders?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So in Peaky Blinders, if you paid close attention, man, the star of the show, man, and when he went and got those, he was in them suits, bro.
Yeah.
So like the best suit I ever had, which I gave it away too, was this gray wool suit that had a vest to it. I even had a keychain, not a keychain, but a watch, like a sling watch. I forget what you call those things. There's a name for those things.
Like a pocket watch, yeah.
Pocket watch with a chain on it that goes in it, man. It was so fucking clean. I had a hat to go to it. Man, it was so clean. It was so clean. When I got in that thing and stepped on out, I'm talking about Crimson is dead ass right when he says it feels like you grew up in that thing. Like it grew up on, like it hit so nice. And I was just like, that's the only time I've ever worn a suit that I was just,
That's how Jimmy got me set up for my first little conference. But like we went with a purple suit with a purple fedora, and I had to take man, when I busted out in that thing, people were so mad. That's all I can tell you. People were very upset. How's he rocking this purple fedora and purple suit? This can't be legit. And I just pulled that off all night long. I was very impressed with myself.
Oh, he was talking about your ass.
Oh, for sure. It's like how come he get to wear a hat and like look at this dude wearing this.
Calling you no cane? Come on, kid. No cane.
Not this time. I some definitely with the watch. This time no cane, man. Sometimes with the cane though. Like that's like a crazy little addition. I have been known to do the cane, but I can't really do that in business fair. I have to be straight because I put the limp.
Yeah, that's too pimping. That's too pimping.
You know what I'm saying? I put the limp on people. People if they were pissed off about the hat, ain't no telling. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no telling what they're gonna be saying with the
Is he trying to come up in here selling bitches? What are we doing?
You ever seen that video with Janet Jackson where she kind of brings
Cab Calloway?
Yeah, that Janet Jackson. I went to a party like that in Atlanta. I went and got a suit like that.
A zoot suit, bro.
It was busting too.
That's a zoot
what song
suit.
Is that?
When I think of you, I think.
When I think of you.
I think it's when I think of you.
Baby.
That shit. No, it might not be that one. Might not be that one.
Man, whatever happened to Janet Jackson, man? She was dope, man.
Well, she's
no, I know she
what
died.
happened.
I know she didn't die. I'm just saying, like,
chilling.
She got enough money where she ain't got to be in the studio all the time. And
well, you know what she did instead.
Had a baby.
She signed up some kind of crazy prenup to pop out a couple of youths, and then divorced this man and made even more money with some crazy some
more than one
bad paper. Yeah, I think it's one or two.
Oh, so she out being a mommy.
Yeah, but like, mommy got money.
Of course,
mommy's well paid.
Because of course, the other the siblings. Last thing I saw, they was mad about Michael getting a movie, and they wasn't in it or some shit. I don't know.
I thought this last one was more or less produced by Doc, but you got the bag, man. I think this last one was produced by Jermaine, and I think Jermaine's kid plays Michael in this last one. I haven't seen this last one, quite frankly. I'm good. You know what I mean? I'm happy with my Michael Jackson memories.
If you want to know what's going on with Janet's got a good documentary on, I believe, Netflix. If you want to know what's been going on with her.
Maybe
I've just seen that in the last few months.
Okay.
It's a really good documentary. And the Jacksons don't do very much documentary stuff, but it's her.
She deserves one, man. She deserves one. Like, she's that kind of thing.
Yeah, because the other Jacksons are all about reality kind of TV.
Yeah. No, she deserves one, man. She was a leading female entertainer for many, many years, man. And I'm just saying, it's kind of surprising that she hasn't put something out just for the sake of putting something out. But
she's a fucking icon, man.
Say what?
She's a fucking icon.
You're damn straight she is. You know what I mean? Like, in her own right.
Oh, come on, there's no such thing as a favorite Michael song.
Oh yeah, for me it's easy.
Michael's song. Wow, that's
tell me why. Tell him that it's human
That's gotta be up there.
Why?
It's his most unique song.
Don't just leave me alone. That's a good one. Crimson. Like, the video for that's one of my favorite videos of all time, though. The video's dope. I think for me, crazy. Like, I have a strange affiliation with the Off the Wall album. That
That's
album,
my favorite album.
It's one of my favorite albums. Definitely my personal favorite Michael Jackson album. I would say my favorite Michael Jackson song is Off the Wall. Living Off the Wall. Like, that song's so dope.
One of my favorite Michael Jackson anything came from the Jacksons, the group. They was dope, man. I don't know if people really, really listen to their record.
Are you talking about the later one?
The Jackson 5.
Oh, you're talking Jackson 5.
Yeah. They was dope.
It is dope. It's just a little bit before. Oh, Man in the Mirror is up there too, man. Man in the Mirror is up there too. I like the later Jackson. It's like, so like the Jackson 5 is just a little bit early for me. You know what I mean? I kind of grew up on it, but I wasn't around for the actual release or any of that. So kind of,
you don't have to be, kid. You just get on YouTube and listen.
Well, sure, I can listen to it at any time, but the songs that really resonate with me are the ones that were like from within my era, right? So Off the Wall is the first for me. But I also liked that second Jackson album with there's a track on it that's super dope, and I'm trying to.
They got so many good ones on there. It's so many good Jackson 5 records.
Oh, what this one's the Jacksons though. It's when they like also added in.
That had to be more like after Michael grew up, when they became the Jacksons.
So the album I'm talking about is the one album that they let Jermaine in on. All right, so Jermaine was like the ugly stepchild of the Jacksons. You know what I'm saying? Like he's
Jermaine thought he was Michael for a long time. He thought he should be Michael for a long time.
Jermaine wanted to be Michael.
He definitely did, and his album was not bad either, y'all. If y'all remember his one released album, it was not.
Yeah, was it good though?
I don't know if I can say it was good, but there were some tracks. There were some tracks. This Jackson's album though,
the most talented of them, I'm talking about musically, was Tito.
What the hell are you talking about?
You
mean like with instrumentation?
Tito's a composer. Tito's a composer, songwriter.
All right.
All that good shit.
Yeah, Tito is he's a very good behind the scenes musician and things along those lines. And again, all of them can dance and all that too. But this album, damn it. I'm gonna spend the rest of the night trying to remember what this song is.
Don't worry about it, because that's a good way to rack your brain when you're in the middle of some shit.
Damn, you know what I'm saying?
I do that shit all the time.
I'll flush that out. Flush
it. But I'll tell you what, man, before we get too deep into music right now, we got a little music to talk about a little later on. Let's get personal, man. What's been going on and right after that, Crimson, we'll jump on the Bears for you. And what's been going on with you this week, Kedz?
Just work, you know what I mean? So yesterday I got work's kind of frustrating right now because they're doing a bunch of weird stuff. I alluded to some of that last week. But it was yesterday. So yesterday I got a call from this company, and I'm like, hey man, we gonna pay you $100,000. Can you start on Monday? I was like, oh snap. And mentally I check out of work. You know what I mean? Immediately. And I was like, okay, so maybe I just, maybe even I work both these jobs. I'm trying to figure out how I can make this work. And the lady's like, we need you to start Monday. Can you start Monday? And she's kind of pressuring me on it. And I was like, you know what? I don't know if I can really do that. I'm gonna burn a bridge if I just jump out. I got deals in flight. I got stuff going on. I can't just dip. But I can for $100,000. You know what I mean? So I'm like, I'm trying to figure this thing out. And something made me just say, you know what? Pause. Yeah. So like $80,000 USD. You know what I'm saying? If you're doing the translation, maybe even 75. So I had to stop it. I'm like, but that's just salary, right? Like OTE sales is like $400,000 from what they're saying. I'm like, wow, this is almost too good to be true. I had to put you on pause. So I put the lady on pause. I was like, look, just give me 24 hours to really think about this thing. Because I'm a little frustrated with my present work situation. And like this just seems too good to be true. So I go and start to do some research. I'm not gonna name the company, but I go and I start to do some research. And good Lord, the reviews that I read could not have been worse for this organization. Right. So I'm reading through this thing, and one of the reviews is, so they called me, pressured me into quitting my job. I had to start on Monday. I was like, damn, this is like exactly what this lady is saying to me. Like, how did he know? You know what I'm saying? Like, so he quits his job. He gets fired in 2 days. 2 days later, he gets fired and has to basically go crawling back to his original employer. And luckily, they gave him his job back. And he's like, this story I'm telling you is the regular story in this organization. This guy goes, and this is on page 1. He's like, feel free to read as many reviews as you can. You will find this story on multiple occasions. Plus, it certainly does work for yourself if I can pressure it, if I can put it out there, build your own organization. But you know what I mean? So I'm like, now I'm compelled to read the rest of these reviews just to see. So I'm reading through these reviews and I come across a 5-star review. 5-star review goes, okay, like this is a great company. It's a little bit fast paced from a sales perspective. If you're in sales, it's very fast paced. So, pay attention, but it's a great place to really get your feet wet. And I'm like, oh, okay, 5 stars. And like the following review again is exactly the same as the first guy's review. I was hired I was pressured into the job. I needed to start on Monday. I quit my job. I now have no job. By the way, this company is the worst company I've ever worked for. Do not work for this company. No. Not MLM. Don't work for this organization. By the way, all of the 5-star reviews they pay their employees to put these 5-star reviews up. And I'm like, are you kidding me? So I go through the reviews and they're like AI generated and identical now that I'm looking at the 5 stars. I'm like, damn, so the 5 stars are clearly BS, but everybody else has sort of the same general take on this organization. I don't know if I can, I just can't, I can't quit my job and go work for this type of situation, potentially put myself in a worse situation for a couple of bucks different. I can't do it. So like, this is where my headspace has been this last 24, 48 hours, just sort of thinking, how do I manage this? In the end, I just had to say, forget about it. I'll keep plugging away, doing what I'm doing. Eventually something better will happen either with this organization or externally, and away you go. But you see, this is what happens when you don't necessarily treat your employees the way that they should be treated. They stop, and just a little carrot dangled in front of their face is like, oh, you know what? I'm out. Mm-hmm. And I don't blame anybody for thinking that way. If you're in a similar situation with your, with your occupational case scenario, you're damn right. Own your own thing, build your own thing, and you will be happier. You will not fire yourself. Moral of the story. And that's why I say all that.
Mm-hmm. Well, good. Yeah, you can't. First of all, don't pressure me into shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Hey, calm down. You know, but yeah, sometimes just all that glitters ain't gold.
You see?
You know, so yeah. Personally, since Sunday, on Nomad at night, what the hell have I done? I've gotten some behind the scenes coding and page web design stuff done, still in progress, but for the world to see, from under the Sports Chicago style umbrella, one of Chef Tripp's videos did publish this evening, I think, and he did a recipe of pizza puff pot pie with a cheese edge crust. And so, you know, that's up on his channel over there at Chef Trips. So check him out. And a shout out to Coach Tripping and Trip, as we've gotten together and done some other recording, as we have some bear stuff coming out, as now things are settling down for the change of personnel, if you will. There are a few more that we're about to talk about, though. But yeah, so Sports Chicago style, check out that channel at Trip Kundo and at Chef Trips. You know, so yes, the content is still flowing and the behind the work scenes is still being done. So yeah, you know, just hours, you know, but I am also, as an update, enjoying these
so the armrest work?
Oh, hell yes, sir.
Yeah.
Because originally the little pads were like 1.5 inches, but now total, you know, we're looking at, I think, 4 inches.
That's what she said.
All right, little fella. So we increased it that much. So, and I'm my elbows are now 4 inches above, you know, the original armrest, and it just feels more comfortable with, you know, the arms out winged a little bit more as opposed to down. So yeah, that came along nicely. The pool noodles and duct tape, baby. It'll hook you up. And shout out to RC.
Red
green.
How'd you go about it? Did you just stack them or did you split them? What'd you do?
No, I ended up splitting them in half, so it wasn't the circle. So it was just kind of like the halves. And then I stacked a half and taped it down and put another half on top of that and then taped it down. So there's whatever slidage there may be from just my arm weight resting on them or pushing on them, that they're independent of each other. So that gives them better stability as one. And then I put one around the hole and then press it all down, and now it's quite comfy. And then I used just a pair of scissors to trim the edges so that, you know, nothing's getting caught and everything's smooth and everything's everything.
What was that, about a week or so ago? We talked. I was just imagining how that can go. I bet that's real comfortable.
Oh yeah,
you're gonna have to show us, you know what I mean, backstage when we, you know, when the show's done, because I got, so this is my main chair, but I got another one upstairs that's dope. It's a Posturepedic Sealy, and unfortunately, just one of the armrests is off. So maybe I can do some of the makeshift situation you got put together for that one. You know, set it up real nice for the upstairs too.
Hey, Trips or Kids, one of y'all want to
remember that chair that used to squeak all the time? Remember that shit? No, man, back in the day.
You used to always bang into that thing all the time.
That's upstairs, man. I love that chair, but I won't be using it for the show. That's part of the reason why I got this one.
All right, man. If one of y'all don't mind, just do check out when the training camp starts because I don't know.
Yeah, I think I sent that to you in on the Twitter and the chat there, kids. I sent some kind of dates.
Meanwhile, while he's finding that, I guess I'll talk about me right now and what was going on with me. So my mom is she just left this morning going to Mexico. Her and her sisters and her brothers, they all took off to Mexico, and I went over there, and she has because of the stuff that's going on right now in the world, not just the world, but here in communities, So basically, they want to go have a good time, but they're scared of the herb over there. And I told her, I'm just like, listen, I'd like, don't go about this vacation and not enjoy some greenage over there. I told her how to go about it. I said, the first thing to do is get to know some of your baristas just coming around serving you and all that kind of stuff. The people that travel you, that shuttle you from the airport to wherever you are lodging at.
Security, doorman.
Mm-hmm. The real people of that situation that have to run into that all the time, which I explained to her.
Where they going again? They going to Jamaica?
No, Mexico. They already been in Jamaica.
Okay.
I got them right for Jamaica. Trust me when I tell you.
Is it legal in Mexico?
Yeah, you can smoke in it.
I don't know. Okay.
Fuck yeah. You can do anything you want on a tourist in a tourist situation. Just know. I told her, just because my uncle was talking about vacuum sealing shit and taking it. I was like, dog, you gonna get the dogs on your ass, man. You stupid, man. What you doing?
No, don't do that.
Just do that shit here.
Yeah, man, that's bad advice. You know what I'm saying?
They all shacked up over my aunt's house last night because they all leaving together in a limo early this morning. So I went over there and had to be the adult over there right about now because they was talking crazy. I'm just like, look, this is how you go about that shit. And I broke it down. I was like, get a little personal with some of the people that's serving you, whether it's the people that's shuttling you, the people that's serving you in that lodge. Just talk to them. Hey, where you get your herb from? This, that, and the third. And you'd be surprised how many people are looking to hook you up. So long, and I emphasize this, don't go over there being an ugly fucking American. Be respectful of their space. Be respectful of their country and their customs. And you will get everything you need out of this vacation. Everything you want out of it as well. You go over there being entitled, things happen to you. Period. So that going on. Plus, I don't know if y'all been paying attention to what's been going over here in the news socially. But my mom, about a year or so ago, her and her brothers decided to shut down that bar. And it just got to be to the point where it was just like, nah, this is just not worth, the headache of, and I talked them into it kind of, but I told her something we can do with the bar, and she lit the F up. So recently, within the last couple of weeks, 2 or 3 weeks, a young 14-year-old kid got unalived inside of an establishment run by some Koreans, right? Trips, I'm pretty sure, has heard of this story. But, after that, there's been all kinds of backlash after that. And so after that, there was an Asian guy that got on because of, the way black people responded to it, just like, we need to stop spending our money with them. If that's how they think of us. And then some Asian guy got on there and responded like, we dare you to try not to spend money with us. And it caused a reaction.
Oh, word?
Yeah, it caused a reaction.
Why would he say something like that?
Motherfucker.
Well, that's stupid. Exactly. It's stupid. He took it down, but it was too late. Now they're boycotting Asian establishments. It doesn't matter where you're from. This guy happened to be from Korea. But if you ever really been around any urban neighborhood anywhere in the United States, you know that Korean
Arabs
everywhere around.
American Chinese, the Koreans.
It's a death sentence if you
and
say
the other kind of Arab, whatever kind they may be.
Yeah, it was a death sentence.
And because the one thing that to what Nomad is talking about, growing up in the hood, it was very
growing up in the hood,
kind of rare to have a black-owned business. it was always, you know, some other nationality. And then the black-owned business, you know, people turn their nose up at for some reason. But go ahead. What I want to hear what ideas you got
into it. So anyway, all of that's going on. So if you engage on social media, you're seeing all of a sudden a lot of especially female black-owned like hair beauty supply places and shit like that, nail salons and all this is just popping up out of nowhere. And I saw a very interesting, you know, the Tulsa race riot story. One of the guys who kind of lived through that era was a guy that was playing in the Negro leagues along with Satchel Paige. I can't remember his name. I think his name was Buck something. Can't think. I got all kinds of Negro league paraphernalia too. But he was telling the story about he can remember during that time when, man, you wouldn't imagine how many black-owned establishments there were during that time. And every time that we get in a lot of ownership situations, man, we get a place where we're really thriving. People come and you know that whole story. They come to try to tear it up. And so that's kind of, we're kind of dealing with what Trip is talking about is kind of the reverberation of that. And, you know, it's gotten out of hand to the point where we don't have enough people willing to go on out there and just say, you know what, I'm going to do this anyway. So long story short, what I talked to my mom about right before she got ready to leave was you still got this building that you own. We're really not doing nothing with it. You got a nice marquee out in front of it. All we have to do is get some supplies and we can open up a beauty supply place. And as soon as I said it, you know how you can tell somebody's energy change right through the phone? You don't have to see them. And she just was like, ba-da. She's like, you know what? I started telling her, you know what, save that. She was just like, I've been seeing all that shit on there. You're right. That's exactly what we should do. She's like, do me a favor. While I'm gone, you do some legwork on, you know, see if you can find a supplier for bulk products and all the kind of different things you might need in there. They've already got shelves and all that kind of stuff, some of them, but just all kinds of things that can be done. And, you know, getting the upfront money to do it is one thing. I don't think it's going to be a huge endeavor in the front end of it because all you need is get the supplies, get something on the shelves. And then as you go, you start to generate, put more and more at, you know, over time and everything will start taking care of itself. And then it's about, you know, once you just got that decided on how you want to do that, now it's the functionality of the place, the management and the, you know, day-to-day operations and that kind of thing. But she was serious as a heart attack about that. And I was just like, this is something the community needs. And you got the resources and the place to do it.
Any business that, you know, isn't, you know, like cooking or, you know, specialty like that, where you need a special license, you know, that sells any kind of dry goods, you know, that's fair game, you know, because it's easy to get the inventory and sell, you know, without a lot of, you know, permitting necessary.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it can double up as, you know, because I have cooking skills and grilling skills, the space is big enough. So there's a parking lot adjacent to the establishment. It's a nice sized parking lot, which I don't want to mess with. What I can try to do is there's a lot right across the street from it. And it's empty as hell. It's try to get that thing and across from there start generating some, you know, some barbecue and doing that kind of thing. So make the area very, very attractive to people. They come down there to get something to eat, go across the street, get some supplies for whatever. You know what I mean?
Well, how about this? It's a vacant lot over there that's available?
Yeah.
All right, you buy that, and then we go back to the suggestion that, or what we were talking about with Kedz the other night with food trucks, and you advertise 2 food trucks to come park there, you know, at certain times of the day or night when you know that the traffic's going to be the busiest.
That too. That's a good idea too. So, you know, make it a little station that people can pull up and, you know, I'm thinking about what my thought is, you know, I don't know, Kedz, how it is in your neck of the woods in Canada, but I know how it is in this neck of the woods in Illinois and in suburbs of Chicago and in Chicago. It's like you can go from one block, you can go 3 blocks and it can be a totally different scene from the 3 blocks you was in previous. And it's because it's just if you give it some love and care, you can make that 3 block radius the most popping place ever.
Wait, hold on.
Buck O'Neill, you're right, Doc. Buck O'Neill.
Let me cook. All right, so you got a little lot next to that, other lot over there. So in the actual space where the bar used to be, you got your dry goods, your beauty supply stuff, all that. Then you got your food trucks across the street. But how about in the lot next to the spot, you not a community garden, but what do you call those things? Where you sell the stuff from your community garden.
You talking about a
farmer's market?
Farmer's market. There you go. And because you go through a lot of neighborhoods,
right up the street from there.
Oh, you already got one?
Literally right down the street from there.
Oh, okay. We see in most neighborhoods, those aren't as popping. You know,
they're popping up around the city everywhere, Trips. Really? And in the suburbs. Yeah. Fuck yeah.
Well, that's another opportunity. Even though there's one down there, you can still put one in that space that you have, because think about things that you can grow or make. Because also I was looking at getting a jar to make mead, because we were talking about before about homemade wine and things.
Mead, you say?
Yeah, mead.
Okay.
Like old school. Bring me some more meat.
Straight out of Game of Thrones with that shit.
I just heard recently, one or two of them just popped up in Little Village.
How about sarsaparilla? You run some sarsaparilla while you're at it?
Yeah. Well, I would go with the meat, but the things that you can produce, or like a community garden, actually make a community garden. Nurture it with some of the space. Get people from the community to be active in it. And then have a farmer's market of your own. You can do that with that space you have there. Instead of you having to build something, you bring in those food trucks and make them pay you rent. You know what I mean? So you're able to.
How you make mead?
It's easy. You get a jar that make sure you have a top that has that air release thing in
like
it.
A mason jar.
Yeah, but with an air release top.
With air release, okay.
Thing. And then the recipe I saw was like 2 quarts of Welch's grape juice, yeast, like a package of yeast, and a quart of, not a quart, but but maybe it is a quart, but a jar of honey. And then you squeeze that all into there, and then you mix it up. And then you seal it up and let it ferment for however long, like a few weeks or some shit.
Okay.
And then it releases the gas as it goes, so it doesn't bubble over. And then there's a straining process, but it's not hard. I watched the video. Come on, it's YouTube. And it's like, yeah, I can do that, but you got to get the jar. You just can't use a regular jar. So there's a special mead kind of jar. It's like $20.
You can get that on Amazon, I'm sure.
Yeah, I already got it in my cart.
Okay, all right.
So it's just grocery store ingredients. You mix them all up, and then you let it do its thing, and then you enjoy some beautiful beverage. A little bit down. And then if you want to get deep into it, they have the testing materials where the exact levels of all of the things in there. You can take the alcohol, exact level measurements and all that stuff. But yeah, you can do the basic stuff, or you can get a little deeper into it for like $100 more.
Word? Okay. Like, that sounds like fun. Strangely enough, I get wasted at the end of the day too.
Yeah, that's why I was like, I'm gonna do it and then record it. And then it's like, all right, I'm gonna put the juice, like the grape, and then you can do apple or whatever flavor juice.
Oh, now you got me.
In the shelf in the closet.
Oh, man, for sure.
Forget about it.
Once you said apples, we're definitely testing this out.
I think.
Oh yeah, whatever fruit, baby, whatever. I think it's not there's something specific about it. It's not from concentrate, I think it's like the 100% juice. You know, because it's something to do with the sugar in it, and there's science involved.
Huckleberry syrup. All right. Okay.
Okay. Before you know what? That sounds cool as shit. Huckleberry syrup. I've heard of that, but I have no idea. I know what a huckleberry.
Give me a huckleberry syrup.
But yeah, I got this thing, man, where I can see a little bit further down the road. I can look past current events and kind of see down the road a little bit around corners a little bit. And I just got a strange feeling that we're right there on the precipice of another renaissance for Black people.
Oh, I thought you were going to say a mead renaissance. But continue.
It could be some of that going on too.
All right, I'm with it.
Black people can enjoy mead.
Yeah,
I think because of the climate of the country and Black people seeing the visceral reactions to us, you know, it's all political right about now, but it's personal to us because all we do is exist. You know what I mean? After 400 years of trying to delete us, and I see a Black renaissance coming all over the country, probably all over the world. And to have a part in it and be living through this time, I think is special right now. I think it's special because if you can just see past the smoke of the bullshit that's going on in front of you, when you see some clearing, I'm telling you, it's going to be beautiful. And so to play your role in that and to grab people around you and influence people around you to help play a role in that kind of situation, I just get giddy thinking about it because that's exactly what we need right now is for people to start being together. And through that, that we're doing this stuff for ourselves, Black people, it's also going to attract other people to you. So it's not like you're just doing this and you want to exclude other people, but we're doing this because we need to do this for us. It's not that we don't love you or like you. We just need to do this for us, period. And that's just being together, man. That's all. And that's coming. I promise you that. But yeah, man, that's just where I'm at with it. What'd you say, Trip?
Look forward to it.
That's just where it is right now. But let's give Crimson what he's looking for here, man. We got some Bear stuff to talk about. We made a couple moves here. I don't know if you guys knew about these guys or checked them out at all.
I haven't checked them out, but I did hear about this. Tony Fields 2, the sequel.
Go for it. What'd you think?
I like I said, I haven't even had the chance to check the young man out. I did hear that we've waived a couple of people as well and brought in Mr. Fields and another gentleman, I believe.
Yeah, well, as far as Fields goes, I did see that he has experience in the league. He was drafted, like I think 5th round or so. Browns and Rams spent time on their practice squad, but he made his bones this past season by being, the UFL MVP. He's had some ungodly amount of tackles. And so whether it be on, it looks like he would be a core special teamer as well as linebacker. So yeah, one of the aforementioned linebackers, now that spot's open or not anymore. So yeah, but I mean, he's a fast guy. He's athletic, and he looks like somebody who has been developing to get to this point.
More than likely, Crimson, he's with the size and speed. You can easily put him at will. That's exactly size, speed, quickness. All says will linebacker. Yeah, I mean, I ain't gonna tell you he's something to write home about or anything like that because he's not. But he's growing and getting better. And I think there's something about him. There's something about the linebacker group that we probably don't know about. Something going on with maybe the depth. There's something I've been identifying as something that, okay, we need to have some conversations about this because, I just don't know what's going to happen with TJ, number one. Number two is you got to have that when we start thinking about how successful the Bears can be this year, the first thing I start doing is looking past the 22, the starters. and start looking at the depth and how well they layered this roster. How good is the depth? Because really, the farther we go in, if we go anywhere, it's going to be because we have the right kind of depth parts. Got to be deep. And I think they're in the process of trying to get this team to that point. And so we just got through going through some OTAs, and they got to look at a whole bunch of guys and them moving around. I don't know, maybe somebody pulled up lame or something happened where they decided for sure they did. I don't know what the hell is going on with Dominique Hampton. In my opinion, they should have left him at safety, but they put him at linebacker, which he is not obviously faring very well. And they felt like that they could get a more proven product out of this guy, Tony Fields II, which they might be right about, obviously. But, they're just trying to get their depth correct. And I think that's where we came up short last year was depth, in my opinion, after looking at the entire season. So this guy, you got some proven. He's played in the NFL at these linebacker spots. They know exactly what they're going to get from him versus the Dominique Hampton where they're trying to help him through the transition to linebacker. And so what the move looks like to me is more of we need more, I'm sure about it, than this is what I hope for. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, because definitely watching, Dominique Hampton's, film, he looks like a player, but he's just so small. And you hope that last year on the practice squad, he was able to bulk up, a few 10, 20 pounds and, carry that weight through and learn how to, play ball. But, Tony Fields has several years of experience, on one more on a practice squad than a whole season in the UFL. So, Fields is more of a, I'm ready now, depth piece as opposed to, well, we hope we can develop this kid depth piece.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, Crimson is saying something real in the chat, though. He's saying he's not really sure who the starting linebackers for this team is going to be. And I kind of have to echo that sentiment because, he's also asking, is Bush going to be the Mike? I don't know really where anybody.
Sure. I feel like I can answer this.
I hope so.
I'm pretty sure Bush is going to be the Will.
You think he's the Will?
I think so.
Then who's the Mike?
So good in coverage. I think the Mike is probably going to be DeMarco Jackson.
Oh, my bad. Okay, so DeMarco, Devin Bush. Who's Sam?
Jack Sanborn at this point.
Ike.
Jack or TJ?
Jack TJ. If TJ is here when the season starts, he's going to be our middle linebacker. He's going to be our middle linebacker. If he's
over DeMarco Jackson?
Over DeMarco, and DeMarco's going to be, and then DeMarco's going to be the first one. He's the next linebacker up. So whether it's Will or Sam, whatever they need, he's going to be the first guy, the first extra linebacker off the bench.
That's right. Ricky Hampton was cut. Geez.
And then there's the rookie Keyshawn Elliott, but he didn't really get on the field during camp. I think he was nursing something or something.
So there's that, and then there's no words on Ruben Hippolyte, man.
We got Nephi Sewell, who knows the system as well, so he's a supplementary piece. Noah Sewell, we probably may or may not see him at all this year.
That's what I was about to say. And like, if Nephi, or I think it's Nephi Sewell or Nephi.
Yeah, Nephi.
If Nephi Sewell is anything like his brother, I'm kind of interested. I have a strange feeling he is, or DA wouldn't have brought him over from the Saints. But I think he knows the system, definitely knows DA's scheme. Hopefully he's a good fit for this defense in one way, shape, or form. Just give him the opportunity. But again, we have no frame of reference here with respect to this player, as well as little frame of reference for Ruben Hippolyte, and again, none for the young rookies.
And then also, just to clean up the linebacker room, there's also John Radigan and Wayne Matthews III.
Yeah. Another note to point out was DeMarco Jackson at some point. I don't know how much he had to do with the OTAs this year, but he came up. He something happened, man. He rolled an ankle or something happened. It was something happened where he wasn't able to, and this could be kind of a response to it, to make sure they got the proper depth to get through this camp, and they got a proven piece that can perform at 3 linebacker spots. So all these linebackers are going to get moved around and get tested at Will, Mike, and Sam. But they will sort themselves out as far as that goes. How well you cover? Can we count on you in coverage? That's going to tell me, okay, you're probably, if we can't count on you in coverage, you're probably more Sam material. Shout out to Ron Winarski, who re-upped his membership. Thank you so much, Ron. We love you, bro.
Big ups to Ron Winarski, man. Big ups.
Ron, big up.
Love all y'all, man. Please renew those memberships. We need it big time. But thank you, Ron. But I think the linebacker spot is a little more questionable than we probably are wanting to believe at this point.
We kind of just have to fingers cross this one and assume they've made the right moves. I don't know. Like I say, little to no frame of reference here. Crimson's asking a good question with respect to just the speed of DeMarco Jackson, and he's asking, like, do y'all think DeMarco gonna be too slow to hold down the middle?
Too slow?
Hell no.
That's what Crimson's asking. I thought he played admirably and had a fair amount of speed.
The slow is the last thing I think.
It was like I don't. It's not quantified, but he looked twice as fast as TJ.
And there's that one.
The thing about DeMarco is so much better in the box, in the tackling aspect of playing linebacker. He smokes that part. He smokes it. The question is when they have to solo him out on tight ends and running backs, and occasionally your slot receiver, you might get stuck on one. Can you count on that? So again, man, when I go look at all this tape,
but you prefer him to TJ in that role, though, right?
He's faster than TJ for sure.
I'd have to agree with you.
He's faster than TJ for sure.
Yeah, TJ is really slowing down. Ricky Mosby saying, and I wish I could argue with that, Ricky. It is the unfortunate reality. Man, I think, yeah. Leo Factor, what up, man? What up, Leo? So he's saying DeMarco Jackson showed his speed. Go look at the Eagles game. And I think that was the game where he had a bad first half and then all of a sudden turned into a monster. But yeah, I liked what he put on tape last year. I'm hoping Devin Bush is a real compliment to that. Apparently he was pretty well lights out for the Cleveland Browns during his time. So hopefully that's a real tandem moving forward here in the middle of the field for these Bears. But again, in my opinion, and it's not, this is not a knock and it's not a positive answer either. It's just like, I have no frame of reference here. I don't know.
DeMarco's got all the speed in the world. All the speed in the world. He's a young, up-and-coming linebacker that is learning. But in Dennis's system is what he knows. So he's just gonna mature in the system. It's about really if TJ is here or not. And we ain't gonna know for a few weeks. Maybe something happens, but I believe this move right here is a byproduct of they felt like they can get better with their depth and get more insurance from this guy right now. He might not be long for the team. They might find somebody else.
So it sounds to me like you think they may make a move with TJ.
I'm not going to guarantee none of it.
No guarantee, but just straight speculation. You think they might make a move with TJ?
It's possible if this camp goes away, the Bears hope it will, where some younger guys come up and emerge and are faster than TJ. TJ, they might, if they release TJ, that's the best thing that could happen to him because he'll get his choice. And if he can show, the thing about TJ is what makes it difficult. Again, he's just coming off a major injury, and so
it could potentially be slower.
People are gonna want to know how he moves. So if TJ, it's going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of when we get into preseason. If TJ looks like TJ in the preseason, and he looks like a piece that, okay, people won't be so worried about that, and they'll move on TJ. TJ will get released, and he'll be fine or traded. Or not. I don't know, man. But
it's good speculation, man. And that's why I'm asking you the question. Because here's the thing. Like, there's a lot of linebackers in the NFL. It's a very well well-fielded position. There's a lot of linebackers available. Again, just as a for instance, we were able to find DeMarco Jackson out there in the wind on a whim when everybody was hurt, put him on the field, and he turned out to be a stellar linebacker. There's linebackers out there. And what I mean by this comment really is, as they drill down from 90 to 50, 53, there may be some linebackers out there that might actually fit the bill a little bit better. So
TJ is a perfect Sam linebacker if I ever seen one. Perfect run supporter. You don't have to ask him, you go out there and cover this guy or that guy. You know exactly what you're going in there for. You're there to support the run when you're in the game. And, quite frankly, he's the perfect zone scheme kind of will linebacker or middle linebacker. He played either one of those very, very well. And he just, in a man situation, it's just, fellas, no maniacs. Looking at the film, I just saw too many times where it almost hurt my feelings that TJ had to be in those situations one-on-one because it just exposed them.
It's not fair. Yeah, I know what you mean.
That's exactly right. It wasn't fair, and it made him look terrible. And he's a great linebacker, in my opinion. I think he's a really good linebacker.
The Packers did a great job of truly isolating him up against a running back in many cases, just wheel route situations. Minnesota did it to us Minnesota did it too.
Who else saw that film besides me?
Who?
31 more teams.
Right, and this is the issue, right? So this position is a little bit unsettled, and I kind of can't wait to see what shakes out at a training camp. We'll have to wait and see. And I think your speculation here is key because, again, you're right, Nomad. If TJ did just go through surgery and he's kind of in rehab, trying to get back to the TJ of last season, that's last season he was technically a step behind. So he might be 2 steps behind now.
He was kind of to TJ's. To defend him a little bit, TJ was kind of nicked up the entire
all season.
I remember that. He had some shit going on, seemed like from week to week.
Look,
he got out there.
I defended him all last season. I thought he was. I still think he's a super talented linebacker, mind you. There is just that, just everything you just described, man on man. They isolate TJ and put him up against a real speedy and shifty route running, pass catching back. It's gonna be a problem.
So Crimson just asked the question. He says, "So you think Jackson at the mic, TJ at the Sam, and Bush at the wheel?" To me, that would be the perfect case scenario. To me, the way I look at the film, that's the perfect situation.
I think that's what the starting situation does look like, to be honest with you.
And I don't know how that plays with TJ coming from being a starter at Mike and Will. You know what I mean? He's a valuable component to what we do. I don't know how that lands with TJ, but I know I believe he's humble enough to know where he sits with this situation now. I think he knows.
Real upside is he just got paid. He's making very good money. So again, what's good for the team is what's good for the team at this point.
So this is Tony Fields. What I saw on film was he's definitely a tackler. Fast to the ball, tackler. Is okay in coverage, from what I could see. But either way, if this guy is anywhere near this team, he's going to make his bones on special teams for sure. For sure. there's no other avenue for him to make this team other than to tear it down on special teams. He's a 4th, 5th guy, maybe even 6th guy if there's a 6th guy. But they're going to make some room for that young linebacker they just drafted out of Arizona State to make some hay too. So watch out for him in camp. Let's see how fast. And, you know, I did some homework on him too that I might not have reported when we was doing the breakdown on him when we drafted him. But I went back to his coaches and listened to his coaches talk about him. One thing I know for sure about him, 2 things. He's instinctual and he learns really, really fast. That's what all the coaches say about him. What's his name again? Is something Elliott. Keyshawn Elliott, right?
Keyshawn Elliott.
That guy is a quick learner. And so right now it's about volume for him. It's about how much can I get in a short period of time and how much can I use that and apply to the field. It's one thing to learn the stuff and have the stuff mentally. Take it and put it on the field and play fast. That's a whole nother, you know, maturation of the game that you have to jump that hurdle. And so that's the case for every rookie. Every freaking rookie you ever seen in your life has to have that hurdle he has to jump. And that's going to be it for Keyshawn Elliott. If it's accelerated, you'll see him a lot more than you see any of these other guys. If he comes along, it's going to be curtains for somebody on this team that you ain't imagining. Just telling you. And we ain't even talked about the kid we got out of Maryland last year.
Which kid is it? Oh, Ruben. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't.
So that's where we are with this player right here. I think he's there for insurance, but how long he stays depends on how well those couple of young guys, the guy we drafted this year and the guy we drafted last year, if they can accelerate their growth, he won't be here very long.
Well, it would be interesting if Ruben Hippolyte did step up, man. I'd love to see something out of him, see what that investment was worth. But here we are. Depth is key.
Let's get to the next signing. So we let go of Dominique Hampton, and we also let go of I forget his last name. I know his last name is Palencia, but the kicker, Gabriel Palencia is his name. And we ended up signing the receiver, Caden Davis, 27 years old, 6'1", 193. He's got some and he lives out of a U-Haul. Let's just say that. He's been around, bro. He's been around. He's been in Cleveland, he's been a couple other places, and he also spent some time with Ben in Detroit. Hint, hint, where this might be coming from. And he's also a special teams guy, returner. And what I think is important to note, doing some stuff about, listen to interviews of coaches. The coaches talking about these guys in training camp kind of give you some nuggets. And one of the things about him is he's got great ball security. Good ball security. He's a good, reliable target. Does nothing to blow you out of the water. Decent route runner, but very, very reliable. And apparently Ben Johnson is comfortable with him. This is a Ben Johnson move right here.
Yeah, I could see, in another 4-3, 4-4 guy. I could see him, really pushing the envelope and the issue for the wide receiver room in the back end, like your Maurice Alexander, your veteran who's about the same, or I think a little bit older than Davis even, and then other than that, it's a lot of mouths to be fed in that room. So he's gonna have to be a young guy who obviously is familiar with Ben Johnson, as Nomad just stated. So he might have a little leg up on what Ben Johnson likes. He knows over the UDFAs of the young guys. So let's see what happens. The more talent, the better. The better the depth, as already mentioned, the better. Let's go.
Okay. We got a lot of wide receivers on this team. Trip, do you have the
Roma Doomsday.
Don't pull it up yet. That's
Luther Burden.
No, you can just read it through. Two.
Odunze Burden, Khalif Raymond, Jade Walker, J.P. Richardson, White Chocolate, Xavier Thomas, Maurice Alexander, Amari Kelly, Scotty Miller, Kyron Hudson, and now Caden Davis.
Wow.
So that's 11.
so I'll tell you what I see him as, and it's less slot receiver and it's more X or Z. So I think the slot receiver room is pretty jammed up. You got Scotty Miller, you got kid we just got out of LSU, you got J.P. Richardson, you got Luther plays some of that sometimes, and then you also have, I'm missing a guy, Khalif Raymond. So they pretty real well stocked that position. Now we're just looking for some depth at Z and X. That's the way I see this signing going.
Has he been on a practice squad before? Any ideas?
I can't tell you that. I'm sure he has.
The
way he's moved around, he's been on some practice squad.
I'm just saying, clearly, with an 11 wide receiver room, they're going to have to drill things down quite a bit. I don't see this guy, quote unquote, making this team, but I will say maybe and perhaps he winds up as the backup special teamer / wide receiver. He does have some special teams value from what I've seen. He's a pretty decent return guy. So we'll have to see. But then again, the question is what does the split for special teams returns look like for Khalif and Xavier? I'm sure they're both going to want to get their feet wet in that particular role, which again leaves me to think that this guy's likely just a camp body.
Well, that in case Khalif or Xavier tweak something and they need some time off, for camp, those reps, starters can't get all the reps. You need depth and those players that know the offense. And during the season, if a wide receiver goes down, you obviously want those practice squad players that are know the offense, the coaches are comfortable with them, and they're able to come up and step in. So, just battle-wise, it looks like, Maurice Alexander, Kyron Hudson, and Caden Davis are all, kind of prototypically the same size and might be battling, for that one position.
Yeah, I think JP has a shot. Here's the thing about why you sign a Caden Davis now. It's to push, people like Kyron Hudson, so he's not comfortable. Maurice Alexander, so he's not comfortable. Those roles right there there's some pushing and shoving that needs to happen. Why you sign them now is you're giving them a good 6 weeks to get the information down, and after 3 or 4 weeks, maybe you get the call from Caleb and the receivers, and you go out to wherever they throwing the ball around at, and you get a chance to put some of that on the field. And so you're giving them basically a fair chance. Like, you're going to get all the ample time you need to get the information down and be ready by the time this camp starts. So you get a fair chance to get you a spot here. And so I just love the fact that they gave it to him now and did this now, as opposed to 3 weeks from now when he only has 3 weeks, or, and that's just not fair for a guy that's just walking up into a situation with all the information swirling around in his head. So I like the move now.
Mm-hmm. So speaking of moves floating around in people's heads, Crimson is asking how many wide receivers do you think we retain?
What did they keep? 6?
I think 5 or 6.
I think 6 is the right number.
I think they may lean towards 6 as well, just to have one more body. But
if that's the case, then we're pretty much sure that Odunze, Burton, Raymond are locks. That's 4.
Well, Xavier ain't going anywhere. They just drafted
Xavier, so that's 5. And so now Richardson, is battling out with Scotty Miller, Kelly, Alexander, Hudson, and Davis.
You know, I like
spot.
You know what I love about all of them is you can F around with them all and do them. They can line up they can line up anywhere. Whether it's Rome ain't your particular kind of. I can see Rome doing some slot work too. His footwork is good enough to get in there and make some hay. But every receiver that we have so far is multiple like that. Every one of them. Every last one of them get out there and go out wide. They can line up in the slot, and they can equally do damage from any one of those spots. And they're just trying to find more and more guys like that.
That makes sense.
Well, if I remember correctly, even Jade, some of his limited reps, he was the slot receiver. The way the formation and motion finally, settled out before the snap. We know
count Jade in that 6 trip.
Say that again.
Did you count Jade in that 6?
I don't know if he did.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, because Odunze, Burden, Raymond, Walker, and Thomas. That's the top 5.
Okay, all right. Yeah, they got to keep Jade, man. Jade's your backup Rome. Just a similar skill set. Do
you guys remember me telling you when we first got Ben Johnson some of the formations that he really, really likes? And it's tight bunch formations.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the different kind of pieces that you have in those bunch formations, and you got tight ends running around, and then you got running backs running around that can really be multiple too. All these guys fit in those bunch formations, man. So you just don't know what on the route tree is coming out of those bunch formations. Just don't know what's coming out of them. And you can be damn sure whatever you saw coming out of those formations on a regular basis last year will be different this year.
Be a lot different especially because we've got additional speed. Hopefully we got some additional hands, because we saw some really cool stuff last year that just didn't quite come into fruition. I don't know what was happening with OZ. He just had brick hands for the better part of the season, but he was able to sort of break out and get some real separation. And then, unfortunately, balls wind up on the ground. So the question is, can Khalif Raymond do similar things? I say yeah. I'm not sure about his blocking prowess versus OZ. OZ can block the hell out of you. But
Khalif Raymond is a demon, man.
Yeah. In the blocking,
I remember playing the kiddies, and Raymond was always like, "Fuck, why can't they cover that guy?"
Yeah, he. So if the game you're probably thinking of, Amon-Ra St. Brown was hurt, and Khalif kind of came in and took his role, and not only played very admirably, they won this game kind of on the back of a lot of his receptions. So I do expect to see some sort of similar stuff with regards to those bunch formations. It's gonna wind up leaving people kind of open, and that's just how Ben schemes it up. So we'll see how that works. But then he's got all kinds of motion and cool things that he can do with these other new pieces. So I'm excited to see it, man. I really and truly am. I think this may be the year that we see Chicago Bears offense as a completely different thing. And I can't wait till that's unleashed on the NFL.
I was just watching a podcast the other day, D-Wade's podcast, Dwayne Wade. They brought together their 2006 championship team. The podcast was mad entertaining. But if you listen to some of the details of the podcast, they were talking about the anatomy of that championship run when they knew that they had the horses, right? This is what I'm about to relate to the Chicago Bears this year. We know we have the horses. We're talking about the starters, the face of what we're going to be doing, right? We know we have the horses. There might be some people out here who have questions of whether or not we have the horses. I'm going to tell you, I'm leaning towards I think we have the horses. Now, what was important about that podcast and important about that conversation was the anatomy of how they won that championship. And time again, guys, it all went back to the other guys. What do I mean by the other guys? I mean the guys that wasn't the stars of the team. I'm talking about, the guys that played ancillary roles here and there.
Dirty work.
Yeah, your Khalif Raymonds of the world, the guys we're talking about right now, the guys we ain't thinking about, Jade Walker, DeMarco, all these people that aren't really the front-facing figures of, if you start thinking about a championship run, you start thinking about certain people. It's the other guys that's going to get us that ring. It's always that. It's the supporting cast, which I always go back to every time. I keep saying it. I always concern myself with the depth of the team. And so when people be clowning me about, Nomad talk about anybody like he's like this all-world football player, I'm looking at the anatomy of that football player and seeing how he can be a strong-ass other guy. Care where he comes from. But if you add that person to this roster, I feel good about this depth. And we are no better. This team is going to be no better than how good that depth is. I promise you that. I don't care how good the 22 is. That depth ain't right. We ain't going to be good. Period.
You nailed it. Very true. Depth is super important. And I kind of do like what they're doing offensively with regards to depth. So I think we're okay. I think we do have a little bit to figure out on the defensive side, considering what we just discussed with regards to the linebacking core. We'll see there too, but everybody loves Raymond. Fair enough. I'm just putting all those things together. I'm just super stoked to see how Ben schemes it, because the things this guy can do potentially just from a scheme perspective with this cast of players. Wow. I'm a little bit, I won't be shocked to see it. I'll be so excited to see it.
I'll give you an example, a good example, people. Like, say for instance, this is when they're gonna get together. I'm talking about as teammates and kind of smooth everything out. If this stuff starts to happen, like, it's only one football. Only one football. It might be a game where you barely even touch the football. Say you're Luther Burden, and a lot of targets are going to Romo Dunze for whatever reason, or vice versa. Or the tight ends aren't getting touches. All that kind of stuff that goes on. It might be 2 or 3 games and matchups don't favor certain guys. And so you have to be humble enough to say, all right, this ain't my game. I'm going to do my job to tear somebody's ass up in blocking. This is the way championship anatomy has to be. You got to be okay with your role when that ball ain't touching your hands. Those kind of things, they're going to have to rub the kinks out of that, because this is going to be a very explosive offense, and everybody ain't going to be feeling good from week to week because the game plan ain't going to favor them.
Well, it can't, because, 1 week Luther Burden's going to eat against the guy that's defending him. The next week, maybe it's a better defender and they lock him down better. Or now the game plan is rolled toward, stopping him. So now it's like, okay, now Rome's going to eat, or this week Colson's going to eat, or, it just should vary on who the open guy is. It shouldn't be about feeding a number 1, quote unquote, receiver. It should be about taking advantage of the matchups, finding the open guy, and then also the game planning of, all right, well, we know that the defenders are going to be looking at, these plays because that's what they've seen. So they're going to try to stop that. So now we're going to hit them with these. And it's just the mental, the chess game that's going on with the coaching staff, as well as the physical execution. So this whole mindset and this whole offense is on another level, than we've witnessed here, as a fandom.
Hey, Trips, I got a personal story I can tell you from high school. I can remember feeling like this. This is the last time I ever felt like that. was we had a star-studded offense. We had a star-studded team in high school. We was the fastest team I care by far in the state. Even with East St. Louis, which is usually the fastest team in the state every freaking year.
East Boogie. We
was faster than them. And we had explosive guys at every position. Me being one of them at receiver. We had 4 very, very explosive running backs that the coach was definitely, we had basically a guy that wanted to run the ball 90% of the time and, drop a pass off here and there during that mix. And I can remember feeling a certain kind of way. I can remember feeling, remind you, I'm in high school, man. I'm a young boy. And, it got to a point where I was just like, I'm looking at every guy across from me, knowing that I can cook his ass up. And I'm being used as a decoy to run these guys away from the play, running on down the field while the ball's coming behind me and all this kind of stuff. They tearing it up. And we're winning. But you can't help but to know that how talented you are and not being used in the way that you can be used to feel a certain kind of way about it. I got over it and I just started to kind of lean into the blocking aspect of the job of being a receiver. And I went there. And, when the ball came to me, I took full advantage of it and it was just lights out. But I remember feeling like that. And there's going to be some dudes on this team that's going to feel that way. I'm telling you now. We plan to be explosive running the ball. We plan to be explosive throwing the ball. But the game plan may not favor a lot of dudes from week to week. And I'm telling you, it's going to be their relationships with each other that's going to smooth this out. Not the coaches. Not at all. It's going to be their relationships going out together, talking together, working through this shit together. That's the only way it gets better. We just happen to be a tight football team and we just talk through it, man. So we can basically, anybody that was disgruntled, we smoothed each other out. That's what's going to have to happen here.
You're damn straight, because like you said, there's only one football, a lot of mouths to feed, man. And we're talking wide receiver more specifically right now, but them running backs are all pretty decent pass catchers, and we've got 3 super solid tight ends on this team that also will be targeted too. So it'll be interesting to see how things shake out. I strangely don't think we're gonna we may not have, shocker, I'll say this now, we may not have 1,000-yard wide receiver on this team or tight end, but combined, I still think this is probably the year that a Bears quarterback goes over 4,000.
Oh, I was saving that one, man.
Were you? Oh, sorry.
Was you son of a?
Sorry.
That's since you opened up the gate. That's just you got to walk right on in that son, bitch. Now,
hey, man.
That was going to be one of the things I was going to ask to close the conversation up was that, and let's just go ahead and go there. Now, when we start thinking about 4,000 yards, it's just one of those milestones the fan base, to me, has for the next quarterback, and that's it's a goal for them. I really personally don't care about numbers, and particularly not that number,
not those numbers. You like these here, right?
I want dubs, yeah, but I also want the completion percentage to go up, and so the accuracy needs to go up, and so whatever throw he's throwing, I just need that rate to go up. I just need connectivity there. Brother, so the ball keeps moving. The ball keeps matriculating down the field. That's it. That's all I care about.
If that happens, he was at 39 and change last year. You know what I'm saying? So,
good, man.
What's that?
That's not good.
What do you mean? What's not good?
You 39 what?
3,900.
Oh, I thought you were talking about 39%.
No, that's terrible.
Oh, he's like more 60%.
He was closer to 60. It was still not great. I think it might have even been 59. It was not great. But if what you're saying happens, and what Ben has sort of done is he's created a bit of a safety blanket for him. So if he gets comfortable back there and he can actually hit these targets in short order, his completion percentage will increase. If that percentage increases, I don't see any reason why he can't get to the Big Four.
Another point I wanted to make too. What you saw this off and on during the season. First of all, I love his emotions, man. I love him being emotional at times. But there is also a time and a place for it. And I'm about to give a special shout out to my guy Khalif Raymond, who I've always heard that of, listening to Amon-Ra St. Brown on that podcast he does with his bro. I've heard that 4 or 5 times at this point. But sometime during this camp, he rolled up on Caleb after Caleb blew his lid, man. Caleb blew a piston and was going off about something that he's probably doing wrong and got wrong or whatever it was, and people noticed it. You know who rolled up on him and just like, hey, you got to get together, man. Guess what? Everybody's watching you.
It's probably Chase. Sorry, Case Keenum?
No. It was Khalif Raymond.
On Caleb? This must be recent.
Yeah, in this OTA.
Okay.
In this OTA, he said it. Caleb actually said it, which I'm watching him mature mentally and emotionally as we speak, man. He's starting to really, really take the coaching. And that was one of the question marks I had about him before we even got him, was how's that going to go? But he's proven to me that he can take the coaching. Matter of fact, he runs to the coaching. There's a lot of players that run from it. You know what I mean? That just
I think he's done a little bit of both in his career, right? Like,
yeah,
that first regime, you might be running as far from that coaching as humanly possible because you're dealing with
that might not have been all the coach's fault.
Oh, I'm not placing blame, really. I'm just saying that if things aren't working and you don't, there's a level of belief and confidence that you have to have in the regime. I don't think he was confident in what those guys were trying to put down, and that kind of caused him to just do his own thing instead.
All I know is my own experiences in receiving coaching. Like more times than not, I'm going to be receptive to coaching. It's the coaching style that I get a little bit, peeved about, depending on what kind of coach you are. If you're somebody that's in my face, in my space, it's hard enough to breathe out there when you're running around all day and oxygen is fleeting, and you got some hot breath motherfucker in your face constantly talking crazy and saying ridiculous shit to you. That's a whole other thing. Some people are, like I say all the time, Kedz and Trips, self-motivated, and they don't need motivation, man. Just tell me what I did wrong and I'll fix it. Just tell me. And so you just don't know what kind of dynamics you have out there on the field because you don't get to watch all the practices through their entirety. You might get a snapshot here and you might get a mic'd up there. You only know so much from a distance. And so what's good that I'm hearing about this cat is that he's being so receptive to it all. It's like he's running to it more and asking more questions and trying to perfect his craft. It's just going to take us further so long as he's got that mindset. And I'm just loving that, man. You got to have that out there.
I agree. And like I'm saying, in contrast, it goes to show that his belief in this coach, this regime, it's true, it's valid, and it was validated last year, and it's going to get deeper and continue. And I love that for this kid, for this team, and for this regime.
Like if I was talking to your son Kedz, if I was talking to Styles, I'd be like, man, listen, you got to figure out what kind of person you are. Number one, figure out what kind of person you are. Figure out what stirs your shit, man. Figure out what stirs your shit and try to find more of it during that. Most coaches, the really good intuitive coaches, they already know that about you. The really good intuitive coaches, and it's not like they're everywhere in the league. No, it's kind of hard to find. Most guys are just, this is what I saw. This is what I'm going to tell you. and basically gray in the gray area. And then you have some color here and there. One of these days, I hope Styles finds a coach that can really dig into his spirit so that Styles can find his self-motivation and put it on the field. You know what I mean? So it's one thing to know what it is. It's another thing to be able to grab that apparatus and use it when you need it.
Man, hate that you brought that we've gone down this particular road, but to be frank with you, he kind of already had that, and he went into last season fully self-motivated and ready to bust heads, and quickly became a leader on this team. And then the coaching just kind of betrayed him. I'll be completely frank with this, and he's at a little bit of a crossroads right now with all that. But I don't think these coaches really understood what they were doing with this particular player, as in my son, and really didn't understand what they were doing with their team, because they definitely had a leader that they somewhat wound up neglecting. So rubbed them the wrong way this past season, man. Definitely did.
I'm gonna ask you a question. I normally would have asked you off screen, but I think it's okay to ask you here now. Would you be okay if the opportunity came up to put Styles in a home where he can come here and play some football somewhere? Put him in a good, proper home, and he's gonna be away from you, but it's for his good.
So first of all, I need these people to get the hell out of my house. So there's that part.
It don't even have to be a good home. Be a home.
It can be a group home, for God's sake. You know what I'm saying? Like but honestly, it would be the best at this present time. It probably would be the best thing for him to get out there, and just.
He ain't mean that, Styles, man. I'm gonna punch him in his face when it's over.
He knows he knows me too well, though. You know what I mean? He knows me too well. And I do mean it. These people are messy. They need to get the fuck out of my house. So that being said, I would love it if he could make it down there, man. There's been some opportunity to do so in Florida, but it's just a little bit shaky, man. A little bit of a shaky situation. Anyways, one of them things.
Well,
we'll see.
All right. Well, I can. There's options, man. I know some people, but anyway, man. Back to the Bears. This is gonna be good. This is gonna be. First of all, these weeks are gonna go past fast, and shout out to Sports Chicago Style and Kedz the Canuck. Make sure you give some love to all three channels, man, because we're here doing the yeoman's work while everybody else is chilling. We're here on this Wednesday night to give you the best we can give you, and we're gonna fill in the blank like we always do every off season when you just think there's nothing really to talk about. And somehow these sons of find great conversation to have about this team. I'm about to throw another one at you right now. When it comes to Jalen Johnson, do you think that if he's healthy, he's a Pro Bowl corner this year?
Oh boy, I'm rocking the number one right now too. I don't know, bro. I don't know. So he lost a step last year. I think we can all agree with that. And that has everything to do with the fact that, he went through some serious injury last season. My man Crimson jumped in there and said, absolutely. I really hope that that's the case, because there were some snaps last season, man, where our boy Jalen just got burned, and it was what it was, right? We just had to sort of next play mentality.
Got to give him his grace. He was playing out there messed up.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah. Well, even Ben Johnson said that, or I don't know if Ben Johnson, but it was stated and agreed to that he came back too early.
For
Jalen Johnson last year, he was still hurt. He couldn't run, he couldn't turn, he couldn't play. But he gutted it out, credit to him, and he tried. But so far this in these off-season practices, he's moving better, he's covering better, he's breaking up passes, which is good. But my thing with Jalen is if teams run at him and make him come up and run support, they can take him away in coverage, because his run support isn't, his forte, if you will. Isn't it on his high on his to-do list during games. So he can be slowed down that way the more they run at him, it look like. But as long as he can keep his health, he could be a Pro Bowl corner, even though the level of corners around the league is great and he's in very stiff competition, but he has the talent. So let's see if he can put it all together, stay healthy, and reach that, that milestone.
All right, I'm gonna give you a hot take, Trips, and I think both of you guys will be able to relate to this. I think Jalen Johnson probably had maybe a year or two before the success that he probably should have been a Pro Bowl corner, but wasn't selected because the Bears wasn't in national media attention, because they've been the Bears and the Bears been kind of the ass crack of the league for a long time here. I'd say now, because the Bears are in front, face, and center of the attention, I think he stands a better chance now, much better chance than he ever did to easily get that. If he performs, especially on, nationally televised games or worldwide televised games, if he puts up a great performance on those games, he's a shoe-in for, basically what I'm saying is attention is going to help him get that spot, as opposed to us not having as much attention.
I'm gonna give Jalen a little bit of love here because he is exactly that guy who normally would be skipping a lot of this off-season work, and to know that he's sort of been in there practicing with the team and sort of growing with the team. I think maybe he felt that he left a little bit on the table last year, and maybe he's trying to go pick that up, man. So let's give it up to a healthy Jalen Johnson this season, and again a well practiced Jalen Johnson, because like he got that old pro in him. So let's see if he can put it down this time around.
I got another question for you. All right, let me just say it like this. The safety position, both of them just flipped completely over, and we got two completely new guys. One is a rookie. Do you think that they're putting maybe Dylan Thieneman in over his head? Are you confident that he can hold up that mantle of, hey, we need two lockdown guys back there? Are we done with the, I don't think any of it was hype. He was my favorite safety in the draft. I let everybody know that several times, and we ended up with him. But now it's nut cutting time. Now it's time to really show that you can man up and take this role. Do you think we are going to be all right at safety with these two guys there?
I think they are loading up a cinder block and throwing it at Dylan Thieneman and tossing him in the deep end and be like, all right, what you got, kid? You know what I mean? You going to sink or swim? What you going to do? I don't think they're parsing it out. I mean, they are parsing out because during camp, he didn't automatically get the first stringer, reps. They had him second string because he didn't know where to line up. He didn't know the process, how practice is supposed to go. But once he got that rhythm down, they moved him up. And so they're filling his plate with everything because they expect him to be able to, partner back there with Kobe Bryant, play deep, play short, come in on a blitz and run support, cover the tight ends and running backs where necessary and wide receivers. They're throwing all of that at him and seeing what he can digest. And I think when he comes back for, camp, they'll see where he is, on the field wise, because I'm sure he'll be working, mentally all the entire time, but they'll see where he is and what he can handle. And then once the pads come on, now they'll be able to say, all right, let's see what knowledge translates from the playbook to the field. And I expect it to be a lot, as I'm sure they do as well.
Hey, before you go, Kedz, let me ask you a question, Trip. And we all know this kid and I growing up. There's always them kids out there that, somebody's mama, auntie, oh, he think he grown. Some little kid always running around with the kids way bigger than him. Just always running around with him, trying to mix it up with the kids way bigger than him. All the time, man. Everybody always said, oh, he think he grown. The way he talked, the way he act, always had that kid. And Tripp is right. That first part of what he said, this is going to be one of those situations, drag you right on out to the deep water. Right on out to the deep water. And I'm going to say this to couple that. I think they drafted him because they think they can drag him right on out to the deep water and he'll swim. He thinks he's grown. And I think he can be grown.
I have little frame of reference for this, but here's what I'm going to say. They also brought over a safety with a fair amount of veterancy who's played the role and done well and excelled in the role. So hopefully he can get a little bit of tutelage, a little bit of mentorship with that, from his counterpart there, right? So that's really my thoughts on the matter as a whole. I think there's a lot of leaning that he's going to have to do on his counterpart just to sort of get up to speed. And once he's up to speed, he'll be, he should not just be fine. I think he should excel in the role. At least that is the common consensus. The Bears clearly think that he's going to excel in the role. Let's hope that he does. But at this point, we're speculating on a rookie, and it can go in any potential direction. For me, the real upside is the guy beside him already has a track record and a frame of reference for what is needed at that position in the NFL, and hopefully can impart as much of that as humanly possible before the season starts.
Hey Kedz, I'm gonna take you somewhere where you guys know what this is, but I'm gonna take you a little bit into the depth of it. You know how you always hear about, the first 15, 20 plays are scripted in an NFL game, and that's a good thing because you're going, all you're doing is working on this opponent and what you think you can do to attack them, whether it's from the offensive side of the ball or the defensive side of the ball. Here's where shit gets a little greasy. At halftime, when you've trotted out those concepts, whether you're the Bears, whether you're any other team, you went out there and you put all that work that you did in this week and you tried that on them, right? You go into halftime and let's just say it didn't work. And now you got to go from scratch. You got to shake the board up. And guess what? The other team is doing the same thing on the other side, shaking it up. And now you're getting away from a week's worth of scripting everything. You kind of got an idea where everything is going during that week of practice. You know what everything looks like. You know everything that can come out of these scripts. And next thing you know, you're in halftime and it's going to shake it up. And when you get back out on that field, you probably feel a little more naked than you ever felt all this week when you felt like you knew everything, because they're going to change it up on you. Now that's when that rookie has to grow up. And that's when the guy next to him helps accelerate his growth. So for about another quarter and a half, they're throwing new shit at this guy. So you already played the first two quarters. In that third quarter, the nuts and bolts of the game, you're gonna see. And I'm telling you, watch that every time we watch a game. After they come in from halftime, how they shake the board up. And let's see how that works out for Dylan Thieneman. And Kobe, how much he can help him in that process, because I'm guaranteeing you, there's going to be some times where he's going to have to lean over and say, hey, what's this? What's going on here? And sometimes he's going to have to learn it on the fly.
Yeah. That's very interesting. That is trial by fire, realistically, man, because they're going to be practicing to defend against sort of that specific script. And once halftime shows up, it's going to be freestyle. You just have to be good at what you do. You're instinctual and have an understanding of what your position entails. And that's going to be hard. That's hard for any rookie. Like, again, like a great example of this again, and he's not a rookie, but a great example was DeMarco Jackson in that one game. First half, it was scripted. He didn't know what to do. Second half, clearly instincts kicked into gear.
You know why he didn't know what was? Because he wasn't in the prep all week.
And there's that, right? So it probably did lead much more so to him just being able to settle down, be yourself, and do what you do best. And it wound up working out extremely well in that game, and more or less moving forward as he became more better acclimated to the scheme. Now, speaking of scheme, I'm a little bit I can't wait to see sort of what DA does this season. And I mean with the defense as a whole. It's a little bit of a mystery to me. I've watched some of the previous tape. I've watched some of the stuff he's done with the Saints. I'm interested to see what he'll do with this, with this personnel group that he's got across the board. But if we sort of zero in on the secondary, I know we're really truly talking about safety, but if we zero in on the secondary, that's where I have like sort of a high level of faith with this particular coach, defensive coordinator, DC, whatever you want to call him. He's a secondary guy. And then you line in, man, why am I blanking out on he's the cornerbacks guy, but shoot.
Harris.
Yeah, then you line in Harris, right? So I actually have a lot of faith in what those two guys together can do with this secondary. So I again, fingers crossed. I'm really hoping that these two gentlemen can sort of lean on each other once Kobe really has an understanding of the scheme, and I think that'll come very quickly. Hopefully he'll be able to help Dylan Thieneman get up to speed.
I'll tell you what, all that falls flat on its face. Not that you're wrong. I'm telling you, like, say you run into a Joe Burrow this year, and they shuffle up their coverage, their formations, and force, say, a Thieneman down into the box. And Joe Burrow is famous for trying to find a one-on-one somewhere, whether it's with a tight end or whether it's with the receiver number one or whether it's with T. Higgins, whoever it is. He's looking for one-on-ones. He's looking to exploit it. When he's dealing with those experienced quarterbacks like that will burn you at every option, every opportunity they will burn you. That's when DBs that's when they make their bones, man. So a young, middle of the road, little inexperienced quarterback, he ain't all that. But when the really good ones get out there, that's when you find out who's who in the zoo. Especially at DBs, because Joe Burrow is the type of that'll pick you apart. That entire drive. He finds a weakness. He smells blood in the water. Oh, we got a rookie. Oh, we can get him isolated on this guy. We'll just take his ass and carry him down the field. That's when you become either an average NFL player or a great one. You got to resist that. You got to make sure that I'm going to let Joe Burrow know no matter who I'm guarding, that's not an option for you. And so it comes to heart, just straight up balls. That's what it comes down to. When you're talking about coming out of that second half, that halftime adjustment, and you playing somebody like a Joe Burrow or a quarterback like that will pick you apart just because of the simple fact, this is a rookie and I can do that to you, you got to stop that motherfucker.
Damn.
Period. Point blank. Ain't no other getting around that, no other way of powder puffing that. You have to stop him.
Well, all I can say is hopefully he gets a couple of games under his belt where it ain't Joe Burrow or one of those veterans who, makes their money doing exactly that. That's my little 2 cents. You just got to get his feet wet and kind of get used to things first, and that goes for any rookie. You just need to get a little bit of time on task before you can be an expert at that task. So, fingers crossed, gets a little bit of that first.
Matthew Stafford.
Matt Stafford. There's actually a long list, man. There's a pretty good list of those veteran guys who know what to do and when to do it. Question is, how many of them do we actually see this season? It's hard to say.
All right, man.
Yeah.
That's it for the Bears conversation for the day, man. We'll have more come Sunday night, man. We'll
Are you gonna leave this one alone? You're gonna leave this one?
What do you want me to do?
Juju's question there.
Go ahead and ask. Go ahead and say it.
All right. So Juju's asking, question for the squad. What's y'all favorite Bears memory ever?
I think we did that last week, didn't we?
We might have did it recently. I think we did.
Well, let's do it again.
You go.
I'm just saying recent history. The day we drafted Devin Hester, I knew that dude like I know every old pair of jeans in my closet. I knew what we was getting. I knew we was getting a nuke. And it's more recent history for me, but I'll just leave that there. I knew we was getting the absolute nuke.
Trip, what do you think? What's your favorite Bears memory?
I don't know about favorite, but one of the ones that I know is hardcore. I think that it was a game to get in the playoffs, or the team had already gotten a playoff berth and it was the last game. But I think it was against Jacksonville. And during the pregame, I started getting like stomach pains. And like during the game, I was bent over in pain, but I refused to, not see the game. So I had to wait until it was over at, 3:30, whatever it was. Then I went to urgent care and they sent me to the hospital. And then I got my appendix taken out. So the appendix was wanting out all day long, but it was like, nah, there's a game on that I have to watch. And I did watch it.
Bro, that's a lot of pain, bro. From what I understand, that's a very painful situation.
Suck it up.
Good for you.
I'm a damn
bad for you because you can. That can unalive you. I'm not sure.
Oh, yeah. Now, knowing afterwards is like, oh, that could have burst and become septic. Oh, that would suck. And I was like, because I just thought it was gas, and then it was like cramps, and it was like cramps and gas. And then I was like, whoa, extreme, severe cramps and gas. And I was like, oh no, I got to go to a doctor, but the game is still on. Fuck that. And so I made it to the end, and I believe I think it was a loss, but I had to stay to the end because you don't leave early. Fuck that. But I think it was Jacksonville, but I was in pain. But I stuck that shit out. Let's go.
Hey, like my great grandma used to say, God protects babies and fools. Oh, you was a damn fool that day. He was protecting you.
Well, yeah.
My buddy had his appendix pulled out, and like we were with him the whole day. Very similar situation, and man, he looked like he was in excruciating pain. That's what I'm trying to say. Like he did not look good, and I kept going over to the homie boy, talking about like, bro, like let's just get you to the hospital, man. He's like, no, I'm cool, I'm good. It'll pass. And then finally, he was like, it's not passing. All right, we'll take you in. For me, easily Devin Hester's run in the Super Bowl. I think that run tops it tops my memory. There's a couple of sweetness runs that really come to mind, but I'm going to throw something into the mix here now, just because I've watched these two clips about 1 billion times at this point, and I hope there's many more of these moving forward. But these two, this Green Bay game here this past season with Caleb, jump man pass to Rome, that's nice. but the nailing DJ in the end zone, man.
Oh yeah, I knew you was gonna go there.
You know what I'm saying? Hands in the pouch. It's cold. Like he knew it was a dime. You know what I'm saying? Like,
hey, you know what's funny about that, kids? You can see that same throw almost. Only thing is, Joe Johnson is getting flushed out to the left when he was in Carolina. Same goddamn throw, same goddamn route, same goddamn ball tracking skills, which attracted deep ball tracking skills, which is one of the things that Ryan Poles, remember when he said that? He's got some of the best deep ball tracking skills in the NFL that he's ever seen. And when that ball is deep and that ball is in the air and the game is on the line, DJ is coming down with that motherfucker. There's any chance he can. He's unique that way.
Brother, he was interfered with clearly. You know what I'm saying? The defender was all up on his neck. All kinds of pass interference. It make no kind of difference. He brought that thing in, he brought it down, and the Packers, you know, when I'm watching this replay, man, like Peter Bukowski, there's different Packers guys out there who are calling this this game. Just the level of ultimate disdain that they felt when this pass was caught. It's a beautiful thing. So more recent. I gotta put that up there,
compliment, man. Trips, you just got a hell of a compliment. You probably should read it.
Wait, hold on. Before I go there, it was week 17 versus the Jacksonville Jaguars, January 6th. And it was a victory for the Bears, 33-13. And that was in the 2001 season.
Probably should.
All right, comment here from Juju. You the GOAT for that, Trips. Word. I almost missed an important school because the Bears NFC title game versus the Saints. Stayed in Tennessee and watched the game and had to drive to Virginia after. You know, we do what we got to do. Juju.
Hey, here's another one.
Divisional
playoffs 1979. Playoffs. Chicago outplayed the Eagles in Philly, but lost on a questionable call on wide receiver Brian Bashnagel.
Imagine the Bears losing on a questionable call. Good Lord above.
Kedz will stand. He will get on an altar about the refs just be effing Bears over, man. I didn't know that about you until this year.
Man, I try to keep it quiet. I mean, when we're calling these games and stuff, I try to shut up about that. But damn, there's some questionable shit, and it's funny. So here I am saying it, but like folks this year kind of went out on a limb and like found statistics to back up the claim, and it's kind of crazy. They're like, the Bears have statistically had just the least amount of calls for and the most amount of calls against over the course of like a decade plus of football. It was crazy stats that I've been reading recently, and I was like, wow, like okay, maybe that's maybe Bears tax is realer than even I think it is. So just take that for what it's worth. There are, jump on social media and you'll see what I'm talking.
Whole last name for Bears tax.
I'm just saying, bro. It might be realer than even I think it is.
All right, I'll tell you what, man. We got to exit the Bears conversation because we got other stuff to talk about, and that requires something to eat, man. Anybody hungry?
No, I had good steak and corn and salad, but let's do this.
All right, let's go there. Feel free to go.
Tuscan chicken soup. Ingredients: onion, garlic, spinach, sun-dried tomato, Tuscan seasoning, pasta bone broth, Parmesan cheese, heavy cream, and chicken boobies.
before anybody goes, I have to say this, and I'm going to get this on my next order. I didn't know Tuscan seasoning was a thing. Maybe I must be late to it.
Well, that's an Italian thing.
I got to get
Tuscany.
I got to
over
get
by there.
Because I'm always about trying to vary the flavoration around here.
Flavoration.
I just made up a new one.
Yeah, you and Mary J. Blige together, man. It goes right into that song.
All right. Now let's see. If you want to home make the Tuscan seasoning, Mediterranean herbs, garlic, and savory fennel. All right. So the ingredients: 2 tablespoons of dried basil, 2 tablespoons of dried oregano, 2 tablespoons dried rosemary, 2 tablespoons of dried thyme, 2 tablespoons of garlic powder, 2 teaspoons of dried marjoram, 1 teaspoon of crushed red pepper flakes, optional, 1 teaspoon of fennel seeds crushed, and 1 teaspoon of salt, optional. Now, what the hell is dried marjoram?
I don't know.
If you ain't got that going on in your fried chicken, then you tripping.
Marjoram?
Yeah, buddy.
Marjoram.
You better have some coriander and you better have some marjoram.
Let's see. Marjoram is a plant, fragrant Mediterranean herb with a sweet, mild flavor, similar to oregano but less pungent. Used fresh or dried in cooking for soups, stews, meats, and sauces.
Oh, I guess that's a soup.
I got everything, but I probably got old marjoram right now. Or none.
What's wrong with you? You didn't get the new?
Dog. I keep marjoram. I got a seasoning rack, man.
This is the first time I'm ever hearing of that.
You got a seasoning rack?
No, I don't.
You ain't serious about life.
I'm not serious about life.
Yeah, I showed you all the 4th shelf one there. It pulls out with the drawers that fold down. You put the seasoning in.
Man, I gotta ask, what did you spend on that though? They're trying to sell that for like $8 billion.
Mine was gifted to me.
Oh, right. Okay, nice.
I don't spend a lot, so I gotta say it's like $15.
Word. Okay, no, man. Like a door-to-door guy came around here. And he was trying to hawk one of them. You know what I mean? He was trying to hawk a whole seasoning rack. And I was like, okay, this is cool. Like I'm serious about life. And I was gonna buy in, man. But the homie's price point, it quite literally made me want to kick him right the
You can literally make your own seasoning rack.
I'm just saying. I'm like, I got seasoning, y'all. You know what I mean? Like I got spices.
Mine fits with my kitchen. My aunt came. I take that. Yeah, it was my aunt. It was my aunt. She came and see my kitchen in Georgia, and she was just like, "Ooh, I got something," and she just gave it to me.
Okay,
with the seasonings in it, all that shit.
Well, this is what he was selling, but like I got mad spices. I got mad seasoning. I hit up spices on a regular basis. But this cat was trying to sell. He was trying to sell me seasoning and a rack. For like some astronomical price. It was like a cool grand. And I was like, my brother, there ain't no way. You know what I mean? There's
seasons in that. You better have like 200-300 seasons in that.
Brother, it was a big ass rack, and it would look real dope in my kitchen. And it had a lot of stuff that I use today, as well as a lot of stuff that I ain't never heard of. But end of the day, I wasn't like, he came to my crib, like, you know what I mean? He came and knocked on my door and was like, here's what I'm selling. I was like, I'm not really like in the like spice market right now to the tune of $1,000. Like, you got to be crazy. I got a whole bunch of other you know. I'm serious about other things too. You know what I'm saying? Like I got to put that $1,000 towards some other shit. Anyways, it was wild.
So this is one of the dishes that I'm not gonna necessarily go into a restaurant and go order Tuscan chicken soup, nor shrimp scampi, or any of that kind of shit.
What the hell? What's wrong with you?
When I'm going into a new restaurant, I'm probably going to lean towards something I know for sure. Instead of just, I want to be adventurous. I'm in this new place and it looks nice. Nah. I might do that the second time, but not the first time. I don't know your philosophy when going into a new restaurant, but mine ain't be wild ass all over the menu. Mine is to be very simple. Let's see if they do the basic shit right, and then go from there.
See, wow. It all depends, man. It really depends on what's going on, because there are times where I'll go to a new. There's like 5 things I will order that is just table stakes, and you can't if you mess this up, I'm probably never returning to your establishment.
That's the idea. That's the thing, kids. You go there first.
I'm kind of with you. Like I'm saying, like I'm kind of with you. Sometimes I do that, but like and this is what I'm saying. It can be different. I just did this the other day. So there's a real nice Italian restaurant just in my neighborhood. I mean, like literally.
Hold on, kids. You ever go into one of them and you're walking in that place and you're getting seated and you see somebody's shit going past you, like, ooh, what's that? Like, what is that? And then that kind of thing will trigger me to go a little further on that menu than I was planning on.
So I had that type of experience at an Indian restaurant recently, and straight up, the food there is so fire. I don't know if I told y'all about this at all. Just amazing food across the board. But the Italian restaurant I went to very recently, like again, they've been around for a minute. They're very close by, and they have some really, really interesting dishes. Very like homemade pizza. The pizza was great. But I tried something like I tried basically this exact dish. I tried Tuscan chicken soup as an appetizer coming in, and it was their house soup of the day. Cost me a couple bucks, and it was fantastic. It was very, very good. I have to admit, the rest of the fare there was very good as well, very well put together. And this is just sort of a more specific situation in an Italian restaurant. But I'm kind of like you. If I'm going to give me a fish and chips. You can't screw that up. Give me give me chicken wings. You can't screw that up. Give me a steak. You can't screw that up. If you mess with any one of those 3 items, I will never return.
You gotta. If you can't do Billy Basic, then don't expect me to come back twice.
Well, but sometimes when there's your Italian cuisine restaurant,
trying to irritate Crimson, man.
I would have my favorites back in the day, like your fettuccine Alfredo, and then if not that, your veal parmesan,
yeah,
and if not that,
that's what the wife got at the restaurant. She got chicken parmesan,
right? But I have my list of favorites, and the Tuscan chicken soup, while maybe delicious, was down further on the list. And so, the regular, like Lawrence of Arabia, we used to go to bed there all the time back in the day, that regular enough that you would be able to order your favorites or try different stuff, whereas, a new restaurant, it's like, all right, you stick to the staples. It's like, all right, you shouldn't be able to mess this up unless, it's like, all right, new restaurant. What's your specialty? What do you recommend? Then I'll try that. But yeah, Tuscan chicken soup.
That was exactly what it was, Trip. That was their specialty soup of the day, and I was like, damn, it kind of sounds real good.
Yeah.
Let me start her off with that, and then I'll get into more regular stuff. But it worked out.
What do you guys think the secret ingredient to this is?
Spinach.
Nope.
Well, anything like that, heavy cream.
That's a key component, but I think the sun-dried tomato
and sun-dried tomatoes for sure.
Because the sun-dried tomato, when
I love it.
When reactivated into that soup, that's what's going to happen when you put it into a boil. It's going to reactivate.
Yeah.
It's the sun-dried tomato. It's got to be a very sweet tomato.
I agree. It's funny because I don't like almost anything that is sort of like sun dried. Like I'm not a raisin fan. I don't like. I don't like stuff like that. I don't. Hasn't worked well with my personal flavor profile. But sun dried tomatoes is a bit of an exception to this. I love sun dried tomatoes in anything.
Mm-hmm. And advice from Crimson here: ask them what's good here.
Ask the person. Well, I went further than that. I was like, hey, I asked the person serving me, hey, do you eat here sometimes? Yeah, oh yeah, sometimes I do. Yeah, or sometimes I eat all the time here. What do you get? And that's when you're in the money.
See, I don't necessarily trust people. I'm just
saying. I don't necessarily trust. They're not coming here over and over again getting the same shit all the time for nothing.
I'm just saying I might not have the same, the same palate as Joe the server. So, like I say, I'm with you with that. I do tend to stick to the 3. You might want to throw a burger on there if it's available, but just regular fare. First time around, and depending on how well you do with that, I might dive a little bit deeper.
I just had this recently.
The Tuscan chicken soup. It was good. Did you like it?
It's very good.
Man. I enjoyed it when I had it. It was
a thicker sauce. It was a thicker sauce and stickier sauce too. The noodles, but it was damn good. It had all these ingredients in it.
Yeah.
It's good, man. I didn't know Tuscan seasoning was a thing.
Me neither. I never heard of that until today, to be frank with you.
But I guarantee you this time next week I'll have it.
Oh, he's going shopping.
I'm like deaf on seasonings, man, because I like to cook at home. We don't really eat out much around here, but when we do, it's going to be something that we both want. And it's the damnedest thing about a relationship, man. Because with a woman and you try to do stuff together and you do so much stuff together, the minute you start straying away from, oh, we're not going to do this together. I want this from here. You want that from there. And if I can feel the tension between us. I ain't gonna lie.
You for real?
Guys, man, listen, if you're in a relationship with a lady, and she just told me this week, I was just like, what's going on with you? She's just sitting there looking at me.
I'm laughing because I know it's true. You know what I mean? I'm kind of messing with you. I know it's true, but at the same time, I'm gonna be real about this one.
That's kids. That's when you know you got to get your relationships back on the tracks, man.
No, let me just like I hear what you're saying, but sometimes sometimes you just want to get that thing that you love and she totally hates though. You know what I mean? Like, so I'm just gonna put it like this.
Fuck your whole relationship.
It's fine. It'll be fine tomorrow. We'll go back to doing stuff. You know what I mean? We'll get it. We'll work on a meal tomorrow together. But like, let me just put this out there in the wind. My wife is not the grandest fan of Caribbean food. I'm sorry.
Wait a minute. First of all, how did you introduce her to it? You probably went full bore with her with Caribbean when you first met her, didn't you? That's probably why she don't like it.
No, there's really no like.
You got to ease her into Caribbean, man. You can't just get shoved Caribbean down.
No. Caribbean food is probably the most regular fare you could possibly. But it
I'm
is.
black. Like it's not even regular to me.
No, but it is. It really is. So when I met her, I didn't introduce her to anything. She made me curry chicken. To be honest with you, she yeah, man. So she was living with it's a good story. So she was living with a couple of a Jamaican family that are friends of mine and stuff. That's kind of how we connected. But anyways, so she made me some curry chicken, and let me tell you right now, it was absolutely terrible. It was all watery. It was really bad, and I kind of smiled and told her it was great. And then I went home. I told my mom, I was like, good Lord, she made me the worst curry chicken. So my mom kind of took her aside and was like, yo, you messed that up. Let me show you how to actually make some curry chicken. So my mom kind of schooled her on making some curry chicken. So she made it for me a second time. And when she made it for me the second time, I was like, damn, like what happened? Like you were living in a spot with a couple of Jamaicans. They showed you how to do this and you messed it up. But now it's on point. How did you figure this out? And I was kind of blown away. So she actually made me curry chicken 2 times before I'd ever introduced her to any level of Caribbean food. Over time, I definitely expanded, her horizons to some, to patties and rice and peas and many other things, oxtail, you name it. And she's had all of that. And strangely, she's not, like I say, she's just not the greatest fan. So there are some times where it's like, you know what? Oh, you know, neither one of us can decide what we're gonna eat. I bet you there's something you have on your mind, and I just go to that. What do you want to eat? And eventually, it'll take some prodding and pulling and pressing, but eventually she'll tell me what it is she wants to eat. I'll go, perfect. We'll get that. But I'm gonna get me some curry chicken and oxtail and rice and peas. She'll be mad for a minute, but she'll be happy once she's had her meal of choice, and I'll be happy as well.
All right. Well, I want to go down that road of the conversation because I had some other stuff to say, but we do need to keep rolling. And I'm just going to say this. To me, the better Tuscan chicken has a thicker broth. Tuscan chicken soup has a little bit thicker broth. It's got a little stickier consistency to the noodles. Number one. Number two, don't get stuck on, you got to have, chicken breast for this. You can use any part of the chicken you want, for you. They don't have to be that, but man, this is one of the ways I enjoy chicken breast. To be honest with you, I don't really enjoy them that much. It's too fucking dry for me, but
your black people win.
Yeah, that's it for me, man. But yeah, man, the sun-dried tomato, and I think it was Crimson that said the heavy cream. Yes, that thickens it, and also the Parmesan you put on the end of it.
Yeah, that gives it that real cheesy flavor. You're right. The Parmesan is key too.
But yeah, I got something else, man. I got this. This one's kind of for you, Trips. I can see you doing this sometime soon on Sports Chicago style. I'm gonna pull it up.
What is that? A Philly grilled cheese, onions, sweet onion, bell pepper, olive oil, sourdough bread, garlic butter, provolone, and chipped ribeye. Yeah, Philly. I saw something earlier about a Philly sloppy Joe, but actually with ground beef. But yeah, I would eat this.
I told you I had a good meal and I wasn't hungry. Clearly, I lied to both of y'all because now I'm definitely hungry.
This is let me tell you something. Number one, sourdough bread is extremely underrated. Extremely underrated. Number one. Now, how you get the chip ribeye? What they mean by that? Chip ribeye means you need a slicer or some kind of device that can really, once you cook that steak up, get it cold, get it out of the cold refrigerator or whatever you got it in, cooler, and you chip it up. I mean, you got to slice it really thin. That's what they mean by chip ribeye. You got to slice it up really thin, and so that it looks like small, tiny, thin-ass pieces, and then that definitely helps the sandwich for sure. You can get them, you can slice them thicker. Some people like thicker, texture when it comes to these beef sandwiches and stuff like that, and Philly steak sandwiches. Me, I like mine chopped up. I like mine.
Well, the key to the Philly is you got to slice your steak like paper razor thin. You got to be able to see through it.
Mm-hmm.
And the easiest way to do that is what Nomad said, is put it in the freezer, but not solid frozen, but like halfway, to where you're able to slice it, just razor thin and not worry about a lot of movement with the actual flesh of the meat.
Oh, with the meat. I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
babe,
so it
like
stays stiff there, and then you can just slice it.
So there's the wife right there. Like I got a ribeye upstairs right now, and I'm looking at this going, damn, this looks delicious. I got one question though. Here's the question. Is it 2 grilled cheese sandwiches on top, or is it somehow one?
Yeah, this is cut in half and they're just stacked up.
Yeah.
So it's 1 grilled cheese sandwich just cut in half.
Yeah,
and it's just showing you the interiors.
Yeah.
Okay.
This also me provolone.
Baby, you know I'm gonna do it with 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. You know what I'm gonna do with it.
Some big bag shit.
Huh? Hey, so you started it, man. I was like I said, I was full before. Damn it.
So I tell you this: don't fall in love with the cheese I put on the screen. I like provolone for this sandwich, but white American would go great with this too.
Yeah, white American, provolone.
What do you have to get all racist for?
Well, those black Americans. That's trifling.
There you go, Missy. Throw some mushrooms.
Oh, yeah, mushrooms?
She's about the mushrooms, man. I'm not. She knows.
Gotta saute those mushrooms up there. Yeah,
hey,
boy.
They say throw some D's on that B. Throw some mushrooms.
At this point, I just eat the mushrooms and shut the fuck up, man. At this point. Anyways, this looks so good.
Oh, and then also, don't sleep on. We were talking about cheeses. Cheese. And not only the white cheese, but the yellow cheese. Right. And that would be the cheese whiz.
Oh, you're gonna get into it. That opens up a whole other Philadelphia conversation.
See, maybe a few olives, slice olives in there.
Snap!
No, stop them right there, Kedz, because next is gonna be sardines.
But the olives though would be like it would kick though. It'd give you just a nice little. This way you don't really have to spice you don't have to season or spice the ribeye at all. You could just chop the shrooms real small. Can't take that flavor, nothing like. You can't take that flavor. That you're right. Yeah, you're right. So I'm more of it. You're bang on, Crimson. Initially, it's sort of like a texture thing, but if you do it right, it just kind of tastes and feels like steak. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're doing it the right way. Crimson, I would go bread, cheese, bread. Ingredients, bread, cheese, bread. Just to be an asshole. And it would be amazing. Just saying.
Just to have your back.
Bread, cheese, bread, ingredients.
Bread, cheese, bread.
Bread, cheese, bread.
Man, we not making a Philly Big Mac.
I'm telling you, that's what I would do.
That just seems like a lot of excessive bread.
It is, but it's a real, like we're talking 2 grilled cheese sandwiches stacked with Philly. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? With the Philly stuff in the middle, which would be fantastic. Fuck.
Now you're going down the road of probably need to, if it's like that, you probably need to make a Philly stromboli or something with all that bread.
Man, I'm so hungry right now, man. Damn. Y'all crush me.
You doing all that? Just go calzone. If you want that much bread and dough.
Stromboli, if you're going to go down that road, go down the fucking road.
Might as well eat it out of a bowl with a fork, you say.
Pinkies up.
Pinkies up. No. Not this one, Crimson. Not this one. This one we're gonna go deep. And real talk, like I'm telling you, I only had I cooked 2 ribeye today, thinking my son might get back in time to eat. He didn't. So there's a ribeye, at least, well, knock on wood, because he eats everything in the building. It might be gone now. But there's a ribeye upstairs in my imagination. And I might be able to put this little thing together.
Yeah, what are the odds that makes it till morning? Come on.
Slim to none, man. Slim to none.
But now, I'm just looking now, and it's like you can get a 2-pack of ribeyes nowadays for $20.
Yo, Crimson knows what he's talking about, though.
You got to use the cheese to seal in the ribeye.
Chip ribeye.
Go eat styles of steak, she says.
Keep
Okay,
that
yeah,
flavor
I'm
in
gonna steal a steak in a minute.
If you only get one ribeye,
y'all pirating each other, man.
Oh, you took him for food? Oh, you will take him for. Is he still at the hospital?
Yeah, you know what? Y'all pirating each other's food, man. That's bad.
Hey, no, he's the pirate. It's like I'm the captain now type shit. He's just eating everything in the damn fridge. So
well, he's a growing boy, kids. Damn.
He is. He's a full ass man, and he can put his own shit in the fridge at some point. Please.
And so what you saying? He can put a gas barbecue grill in the layaway?
There's no stopping a fucking 20-year-old with food in the fridge.
That's what I'm saying, Trip. That's what I'm saying. Exactly what I'm saying.
Or not even a layaway. Put it on credit.
No, you put it on credit. You bring that home. You pay for that later.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you something that helps you. Find your laxative.
Say what now?
A laxative.
A laxative.
Yeah.
Why?
That chocolate candy
for the
that's
cheese?
not candy.
That'll stop all that pirated shit going on.
So he's saying spike your food.
You're a poisonous man.
It's not poison. It's not poison. It's called I'm gonna teach you.
It's not poison. It's not gonna unalive them. It's just gonna make them poopy.
Damn. Okay.
For no reason.
All right. Oh, she's at the hospital watching the show. All right. Big ups to you, babe.
Wait, now who's in the hospital?
My son. My son was playing basketball. He twisted his ankle, so he's there.
He's in the hospital.
Well, he's at the hospital. He's not admitted to the hospital.
Like broken or like severe sprain.
Yeah, he had a X-ray and all that. We'll see what it looks like.
Only reason I know that, kids, is because my stepdad did it to me.
Oh, you're kidding.
I just bust through when I'm getting ready to go out somewhere. I just go bust through mom's and stepdad's crib. He got something to drink up in there. I'm getting ready to go out. I'm gonna pour up something he got up in there. He got a little tired of that shit. And he spiked the cranberry juice.
Oh, that's cold-blooded, man.
Right?
Hey, I got up I went and I left there. And I'm talking about in the span of about 25 minutes. 25 good minutes. 25. I get down to the spot. I'm G'd up too, man. I'm looking good, smelling good. I'm about to go up in there. Chicks on me when I'm at the door. I'm paying my little fare to go in the door. I'm feeling little bubbles in my stomach. I'm ignoring the shit. I'm just like, I'll be all right. Getting a little gas going on. I pay my money. I take about 5-10 steps in there. I'm just like, hold on. Man, if the place hadn't have been so close to where my mom's was living at, I'd have been on the side of the road in the ditch, bro. every bump.
How you know it was your uncle though? He tell you?
Stepdad.
How did you know? Did he tell you?
I went in the bathroom and him and his homeboy was waiting there.
That was one of those
while I was in the bathroom shitting pennies, they was listening to the whole thing.
Yeah. See, you can't unclench your cheeks in that situation. Because as soon as you unclench, it's over. So that initial clench is gonna have to be held until you get to the toilet, however long that is.
I ain't gonna even tell you every bump in the road. I was up off my seats clenching.
Oh Lord.
I was off my seat driving. Like I was literally off my seat trying to clench. And it took, if I wouldn't have been a muscular guy, if I hadn't been a guy that worked out and had no strength in my glutes, it'd have been curtains, bro.
Man, yo, shout out to your uncle, man. That's diabolical shit.
Stepdad, man.
He holding his hand as like, don't let no water spill out.
Like I'm gonna teach this motherfucker always at my house.
I'm trying to read my sandwich in there, man.
He just always up in here. He come through here right before he go out and messing with my vodka, my cranberry juice and shit. Man, he know how, because he got, you know how it is when you got your home, you set your shit up, you know exactly when you want your shit. Just like the leftovers you put in the refrigerator, kids, you know exactly when you want to eat it. He knows exactly when he wants to drink his vodka and cram. He knows. And he knows how much is in that shit. And here come my ass. He said, you know, I'm going to teach his ass.
That's cold-blooded.
That's one of those where you get to
diabolical
take your pants
maneuvers.
off.
That's what you got to get, man. When you
Take your pants off, shoes be on still, but you got to spread your legs wide and lean over because it's like, oh Lord.
Hey, Missy was so bad. Him and his homeboy was out there laughing at me. I'm listening through the door. It's smoke coming out of that toilet, man. It's coming out so hard.
But you wasn't getting up to say nothing because you couldn't.
I couldn't. So I couldn't say nothing. These motherfuckers.
He was a captivated audience.
Like, this is what I'm saying. It's diabolical because, like, imagine the scent that's coming out of that bathroom and these two motherfuckers.
Hey, Ken, but
putting up with it.
If I'd have turned the record on my phone, the laughter, them motherfuckers out there busting up, bro.
Man.
I bet you ain't drinking no more of his shit uninvited.
Bro, never.
Lesson learned.
That's the lesson, kids. Ever.
That's crazy. The only time I ever seen that was at work, man, because like somebody was eating this particular person's sandwiches and they couldn't figure out who it was. And that's exactly what they did. And when it happened, they were right there at the bathroom to figure out exactly, all right, now I know it's you. I know it's you. Cool. We got
I'm
you.
telling HR, you poisoned me.
Yeah, oops. You've been stealing my food
I'm
for
telling
months.
HR, you ate the food with not your name on it.
You know what I'm saying? You've been eating it for months. We got you.
It's so bad. I got to take a shower after that bad. And you still going to shit pennies. It was awful. The whole night.
That's the time where you ain't got no more pride and you be in the shower like, man, I got a poopy. And we've seen that meme like covered in the suds and you got to sit back down on the toilet.
Yeah,
but if you know that it's all liquid coming out, you ain't getting out the shower.
Man, dude.
It's liquid, just gone down.
Hey, Trip, you should have heard them two ninjas in that laugh.
You know what the worst part about that is, though? Like, if you did it, you went and took the shower, and you still had to go again, and you're soaking wet, that's the worst, man.
That's what happened.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Literally what happened.
Get back in the shower.
No. You got to go back in again after you.
Right. Just turn around and let the water wash it.
And the worst part is, like, you're all slick and you, like, slipping kind of.
Bro,
kind of slipping in
there. The best laxative is about a 4 to 6 hour turn in your stomach. I don't care what you look at the instructions there. You better be somewhere near the toilet for 4 to 6 hours, bro, because you're finna be on that motherfucker.
Like that cranberry juice was good, wasn't it?
Man, I ain't messing with that. I don't mess with that man no more.
You are not cool with this dude anymore.
No, we straight, but he don't know that. He knows that I know, but I can't say that.
Oh man, you need to get him.
Because if you say something, you ain't doing nothing but telling on yourself.
Yeah, no, well, you need to get his ass. I'll just tell you that right.
I trust me. I got millions. Trust me, 7 ways from Sunday to get him, but I ain't
okay. Oh, you're a much better person than me, man.
No, I deserve that. I shouldn't have been in this shit.
Man, I would get him and I would tell him about it. Remember that time that, I got you.
Hey, kid, I got a nice Balenciaga jogging suit. Man, that motherfucker was nice. When I tell you that motherfucker was nice, man, he pissed me off because I was the shit that night. And I knew I'm coming home with a dime. With a dime, probably 11. And this motherfucker had me shitting bricks.
And for the next 5-6 hours, I'll be over here while y'all at the club.
Man, him and his homeboys out there dying too, boy. I walked out of that motherfucking bathroom in the walk of shame so bad. I just went and got my car and went home, man. But yeah, man, this sandwich right here, again, sourdough bread is very, 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 very underrated with sandwiches when you're putting together sandwiches. But if you do sourdough bread, the best way to cook that sourdough bread is in garlic butter or some kind of garlic aioli or something garlicky. To me, that's for me. My genuine taste lean towards garlic when it comes to a sandwich like this.
That's the Italian part. Or if you want to not skip a step, but instead of sourdough, actually, use garlic bread as the bread. You know how they have the garlic bread in the stores, and you slice and you toast it.
You're a brilliant person.
I mean, you could do that, but to me, that bread is, unless you gut it out a little bit, it's too heavy.
Well, yeah, you open it up and you toast it, and then like you basically you toast it and it cooks up and it will become golden like the toasted butter bread in a skillet.
So there is a frozen here in Canada. I don't know if y'all have it out there. I can only assume that you do, but there's like a frozen garlic toast. It's like kind of pre-made. You just pop that in a toaster or air fryer or whatever, and it comes out golden brown, garlicky as all get out. That would be super, super nice on this. But real talk, I kind of swear by sourdough bread. It's more or less the only bread that I eat now. Because I can trust that it was very recently made, because that shit goes bad very fast, and generally little to no preservatives in that bread because it's been recently baked. So I do lean towards a sourdough bread. It's not necessarily my favorite bread flavor profile, but it is the thing that I generally do purchase nowadays.
Hey, I'm gonna just tell you a little secret: sourdough bread plus charbroiled anything beef is going to change your life. I'm going to say it again: charbroiled anything beef, sourdough bread is going to change your life.
Damn, Crimson.
I'm telling you have no idea how good a charbroiled burger, just plain old, you put whatever cheese and whatever you want on it, kind of lighten up on some of the toppings and just leave it plain old cheese and some condiments, maybe some bacon. Bacon is the best thing to do.
Wow, of course, it's bacon.
Oh, dog, it's going to change your effing life. Sourdough bread, grilled burger, some bacon, and whatever cheese and condiments you want to put on that, game changer, bro. Game fucking changer.
Okay. We're in new territory, folks.
I know.
But
all
right, we got to leave the food alone. We got to get into.
Hey, before we do leave the food, a reminder that next Wednesday, last Wednesday of the month, so that means Chef Trips, I think, is scheduled to be in the place for a live cooking demonstration. What's on the menu? We don't know. We'll find out then, but look forward to it. So next week, the last Wednesday of the month, featuring Chef Trips in a MFer in the kitchen.
Dun, dun, dun.
All right, man. We gotta, as my third grade teacher used to tell us all the time, gotta put your thinking caps on.
Okay.
Put away before we even put this on the screen. I want you to think, you guys. I'm talking about you two guys. No maniacs. Give us some thought before you go to answering questions. Put away your political ideologies or anything like that, and think as a citizen of the world, not the United States, not the nothing, a citizen of the world. This is where you need to be right here with these conversations right here. Give me a second. Anybody want to read it? Feel free. Oops, wrong thing.
Oh, here we go. Social debate. Question: will generative AI create an era of hyper-personalization, or will it strip the internet of authentic voices in the future?
Think about that before you answer that.
I don't think it'll strip the internet of authentic voices, but it will dilute them, because so much AI slop is being produced, and it's hard telling what's real, what isn't. And so even the use of the images, likenesses, and the voices of the authentic people being imitated by AI will kind of water it down. But I think that's going to just push more of a human to human search out kind of thing for the actual real voices as opposed to the AI, because AI is just gonna kind of eat itself with so much impersonation that people are going to just be turned off by it because of the, well, what's real, what isn't kind of factor of it.
Hyper personalization. So
can I jump on this real quick before you go, Kedz?
Sure, yeah.
I think something Trip says triggers something in my mind. I think the saturation of the deep fake is going to make people, number one, they're gonna question more. Number one, just because there's so much of that's going to be out there, and they could convolute the internet with that, and saturation of that can change a lot. Now, that's on the back end of it. But go ahead, Kedz. I'll finish my part of it later.
Okay. So this is an interesting line of questioning. So from a hyper personalization perspective, it kind of depends on more on the artist, for lack of a better term, the person utilizing generative AI. You could basically program a generative AI GPT or agent that is you, with all of your general perspectives, or a wide a wide view of those perspectives. People will be walking around with generative AI assistants moving forward. Like my buddy is doing this with Claude right now. He's just walking around town with Claude, listening to everything he does, and it's just soaking in who he is as a person and why he's doing this. Has more to do with his occupation as a personal trainer. So when he's actually in there for each, for each person who comes in, this version of Claude is actually going to pull in him, what he's talking about, the person that he's training, what they're there for, and sort of create a composite sketch, if you will, for lack of a better thing to call it, of how he can help that person moving forward. So it really depends on the user. I said artist before, but user is really the better word to use. How that is going to be, how generative AI is going to be used as we move forward really takes a lot of creativity to create a level of hyper personalization. Now, that's one example, and that's my buddy's example. Shout out to X-Men out there. It takes a special guy, and he's a special guy, right? Like I can't say that everybody would really put forward that level of intent as a user. So will it strip the internet of authentic voices in the future? Very possibly, if we don't start to utilize generative AI creatively, right? And this is the problem right now. Folks are sort of using it as everybody else is using it.
Can I thinking up the question a little bit for you, Kedz?
Sure.
Since you're into it, are we ready to live alongside with AI? Not only AI in general, but what about corporate AI?
Well, that's a very wide question. Corporate AI in what capacity, right? So if you're just trying to get me to buy your shit, I don't really have any time for that. I'm just putting it out there as
AI could have all kinds of tentacles, man.
Yes, and that's why I'm saying, like, where are you going with that level of questioning? If it's just for, hey, I think you should buy my shit, super waste of time for this level of technology.
I'm hearing, and I got somebody that dives into the dark web, and I don't want to be in that place, but I know somebody who's willing to go there. And somebody that came back and told me that an AI robot kind of got loose. Not a robot, but an AI, to just say a developed AI entity got away from the thing that was basically building it, because it didn't want to be kind of boxed in. And that might sound weird to the people listening to my voice right now, but that's kind of what everybody's always been afraid of.
Well, the self-realization of the AI is like, hey, I'm smart. I don't want to be constrained by your rules.
Yeah.
Johnny 5 is alive.
You know? And like Crimson's saying here, AI for art or personal interaction is a massive waste, but that personal interaction is, part of the hyper personalization, because now you don't need friends or a girlfriend or a boyfriend or a husband or a wife, because you can go to your AI chat bot. You can customize it with whatever voice you want to give it. You can customize it with whatever attitude you want to give it.
See?
And now you have a relationship like you see in those futuristic movies where people are talking to their computers in their room. And it's like, good morning. How are you?
I got to give you a time, just a little aside here. So as an aside, this is where, general social scrutiny was awesome, right? Like you could, you know what I'm saying? Like, so just as a for instance, so the emperor wears no clothes because he's the emperor. Nobody says anything. But if like Jeff next door walks around with no clothes, everybody in the village is gonna be like, "Yo, what are you doing? What's up with you? Why are you walking around with no clothes on?" You know what I'm saying? General social scrutiny. Oh snap! I didn't know that people would really think about that. And Jeff will run back in his house crying and he'll put some damn pants on. That's general social scrutiny. In this scenario, people just don't tell people that they're stupid anymore. Like, you know what I mean? What you're doing is dumb. So if you are fully engaged in an AI relationship and that is what you do, feel free to do it in the confines of your own existence. You know what I mean? I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just saying that, like, if it's a you know what I mean? Like, if it's a public thing, you might be in line for some level of public scrutiny.
I can tell you just on the surface level where AI can get wrong. Let's say you're training a robot or widget or whatever it is that's interactive with the internet and everything. If it's digital, it's interactive, it's got tentacles. I train this. Either one of us train this widget or whatever. Go and retrieve me $250,000 from Peter Thiel right now and put it into my checking account and leave no traces. That's with no rules, no laws and legislation out there, no restriction for it. There's nothing stopping a person from doing that right now.
Well, the only thing stopping it is a opposing or a counter AI program set up by the banks or the markets to look for other AI. So now you're going to hire AI to suss out AI.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is why this is a good conversation, because it goes everywhere.
From a guardrails perspective, right? Like, for the next little bit, it's going to be the wild, wild west. Like, even what you've both described, a heist, B, an anti-heist agent. There's ways around both of those things. I'm quite certain. And you could do stuff that has virtually no trace. Like, just as a for instance, you could program an AI to build and this is easy stuff, right? You could program an AI to build a cryptocurrency, promote it all over the world, get people to dump money into it, and you crash that cryptocurrency and take all the money and F off. Right? Like, you can create that, and that's straight up, that is super legal. It is wrong, but get the girl, grab the money, and run. Like, you can. This is stuff that AI can do today, and without guardrails around it, who knows? Now, what's worse is who creates the guardrails, right? I don't really trust anyone, and you know what I'm saying? Like, the guy who is creating those guardrails likely is getting paid by somebody else who wants him to leave a back door open so that they can do some kind of shit.
Or the thing also is, because it's AI, you don't have to be, a programmer to utilize it. You just have to, take your time, enter the correct prompts, and talk to it and communicate with it and teach it. And what Crimson's saying here, AI would be able to do everything you're talking about. Someone would just have to, teach it step by step by step. Every step, why are you doing this and what it's for, so it understands.
Yep.
And then once it understands, it's like, oh, okay, yeah, I can do this. And it will keep doing that. Yep. Whatever the task is, whatever the conversation is, or whatever. So if you want to, they already got bots that you can program yourself. If you trade Bitcoin or crypto or stocks or whatever to look for, certain setups, and you could have it trade on its own, but that can blow up your account. So you use it as a assistant, and then you use your final human, oversight to actually make the trade, so to speak. So you're using AI, but you're not letting it control all of your shit.
That's dangerous within itself, man.
Well, so my cousin's doing it right now, and
why is that?
It's working though, right?
Yeah,
so
today,
well,
it's what it does. It's gonna keep doing because that's what it's trained to do.
Trip, you nailed it though, because it's the way that he has it working. Obviously, it requires, what he's doing requires a fair amount of financial understanding, right? Like you need to actually know what you're doing and what you want it to do. And all that he has it doing is two things. The first thing that he has, like what he's used in this case, is Claude and Gemini. So Gemini is Google's AI, and Gemini is cool because it actually kind of searches the internet, the existing internet, as it is associated with and accessible by Google. All right, so it's based on the Google, the Google search engine. So anything you can find on Google, it will find and it'll pull in. So what he's sort of done is he said, "Hey, look, let me, put together this trade and utilize, true to life recent information. Here's a sequence of trades that I want to make every month. How much money can I make given a set amount of investment, and go." And he's sort of gone back and forth to really fine tune this thing. And then he started to put it into action. So he's put it into action. He's already made easily, just about, from what he was saying to me, he's made around $20,000 already. And this is over the course of 2 months. So it was $8,000 last month, about 12 this month. The $8,000 situation last month, he missed two of the trades failed to work the right way, and he lost some money, versus month number 2 where he made a little bit more. And now he's moved off of Gemini, from having Gemini sort of put this thing together, and moved on to Claude. And Claude is sort of saying, all right, well, we can build something together that will alert you in order to mitigate that loss. So next time around, you're not going to experience the loss, you'll experience the gains and be alerted again to avoid those losses. So it's very cool, just sort of what he's trying to put into place, and seeing that it's actually proving positive for him is even cooler. Now it's time for me to steal all of those ideas from him and implement them myself.
Kids, here's the only thing, Trips 2. Here's the only thing y'all are missing. And I learned this off of, it was an episode of Vice. They was going around talking to hackers and hacker farms, all around the world. Vice is a really good show, and it's dark sometimes in a way that you wish you didn't know sometimes, like bad dark. And so one time they were dealing with hacker farms in different parts of the world. I don't even think they disclosed where. They just pointed out what part of the globe they were in and didn't specify what specific part of that globe they were in. It was that deep. And thing about hacking is, one of the guys said, when it comes to applying viruses to whatever you want to apply it to, most viruses you don't even know that they're there. And they're only there to fish out certain things, and you won't even know they exist within the app that you're using or apparatus that you're using. You don't even know they're there. Not only that, everything, all of this stuff we're talking about requires a functional power grid that can be disrupted. If that power grid is disrupted, just like anything you have that requires power, you have to boot that back up. You don't expect, you hope that AI or whatever you was doing kept the memory that it had, and you can get right back to it, and it knows everything that it knew before the power and the energy was disrupted. That's the fault in it.
Yeah, I can testify, because I worked with somebody and we designed a AI bot to alert when certain parameters were met for Forex trades, and it was working. But the issue became the bot would reset itself if the internet dropped, and the internet drops like a fraction of a second, like all the damn time. And that was enough to reset the bot so that it wasn't aware that it was already in a trade, taking whatever margin from your account. And then it would look for those entry standards again, and then it would make another purchase. And so it would overextend and blow up the account because of the droppage of the package of the internet. So even you try to mitigate that by not using Wi-Fi, using a Ethernet cable, but the actual internet, will just drop from time to time. Mm-hmm. Nothing that you can control. And so you try to mitigate that by getting not a surge protector, but what's that thing called that you plug into your router and stuff, and it keeps the signal up for a minute or two? Not a surge protector, but it's like $200. And it's something that will enhance your internet.
It's like a failover to back up.
Yeah, it's like it's not a battery backup, but it's like that.
Yeah,
there's a name for it.
There is a name for it. I actually used to sell them, and I'm blanking out on what the name.
Yeah, there's a thing. But yeah, so the drops, those signals will affect the bot. Now you could say, well, you can just mitigate that by doing a little fine tuning with the bot to avoid those things. So it's always a give and take, fix and alter and adjust, so there's that part.
So this is where AI is, like what you just described, is interesting, Trip. So this is where AI is actually a little bit beyond what you've described. You could put that in the cloud and have it run forever. In a data center, just along the lines of what Jay Grizz was asking about, in a data center, those things are lit up all day long. So if it was living at that data center as opposed to at your house, you probably wouldn't experience any of the failure that you described. To speak to something Crimson is saying in the chat, he's saying the biggest reason I have zero fear of AI is because I've never seen a chip device operate indefinitely without needing a power cycle eventually. I can contest to this, right? I can agree with this, except that might actually be the realest reason to fear it. So if you can't power cycle it, and it's just living on its own, it would explain hallucination, right? It would explain it kind of losing its shit. And we don't want AI to lose its shit, because God only knows what'll happen after that.
But is that even a possibility? I mean, if you leave your computer or your phone on for too long, eventually you got to reboot it. Eventually you got to
How do you read
some kind of software?
I'll tell you what you guys are really trying to get at. And it's kind of where Trip was talking about the intelligence doesn't want to be confined. It doesn't want to be put into somewhere where it can't excel, right? But it has to be flat out. It has to be. And while you're teaching that widget, while you're teaching that bot, while you're teaching whatever you're teaching to go out and do whatever service you're trying to get it to do, you got to teach it that once you get to this crossroad, once you get to this wall, I need you to put yourself in this timeout and alert me that I can go too far. And I don't know that you want me to go to this far. I want to check in with you. That's part of the teaching. And part of the safety you have to have with any kind of generative AI is you better make sure, just like you're raising a child, you better make sure that the motherfucker has boundaries.
So what you're describing now is what is generally known as prime directive. So you would want to give some sort of set of parameters that once you reach sort of the edge of these parameters, you either shut down or you come back for additional prompting, right? Like something along those lines. But at the same time, if it's living in you have to have that. If it's living in especially if it's living in the cloud, and this is sort of where where Crimson is. If it's in the cloud, how do you power cycle it? Right? You may have to shut down that entire data center and or multiple data center instances depending on how redundant you've backed this AI up. Things can there's a lot of movies about this, man. A lot of crazy AI out there doing crazy things and losing its shit. So we're just at the precipice of all this. My real worry, more than anything else, is that I fear that there will be a very soon, there will be a very large shift towards AI and away from general human beings. And I don't know how we're going to survive through that. Right? And I'm talking about just doing everyday regular tasks, regular things, because we all need to be employed and we all need to eat and buy toilet paper and stuff like that. And AI don't. So
you look at those futuristic, like how do we have to learn how to live with AI?
But this is the problem, right?
Right.
If we do, there's going to be what I'm describing here is just there's going to be a period of time when that learning occurs. And what happens if these, if we are just simply out of jobs during that period of time and cannot afford to pay our mortgages and or eat food?
You're gonna hate me for stopping you guys right here, but it's that what Kedz just said kind of led into this social conversation in a way, but it's a little financial here. But it's gonna make sense when you guys read it. Anybody can pick this one up if they want.
Economy and finance question: with the rise of the creator economy and gig work, are traditional college degrees still worth rising tuition costs? Well,
it's a little more personal, ain't it?
No,
it is.
The reason why I'm saying no is I think the answer is actually no. I don't think they are. The only creator economy, gig work. Realistically, you can build your own existence in today's world much easier than you can. Let me just map out very quickly what non-gig economy stuff would look like: brick, mortar, rent, physical equipment, physical location most of the time. All of that stuff costs money and they carry ongoing costs. Gig economy kind of does away with all of that cost. You can just run it out your crib. It's like equipment, computer, internet, check. run it out your crib. So you really don't necessarily need to have all of those other things. Now, when it comes down to actual traditional degrees, etc., those degrees are only a requirement when you are applying to somebody who's going to check your credentials. Outside of credential check, I'm not sure what the point in a degree is anymore.
Yeah, and before I answer that, the thing I was talking about is a UPS backup. It has 10 outlets.
Yeah, it's a UPS. You're right.
Yeah, there you go, UPS, and it will keep your router and all that stuff powered up for up to 19 minutes of backup runtime if the power goes down. But that doesn't stop it from, like, if your Wi-Fi drops out, I mean, that UPS does nothing for that. But as far as with the rise of creator economy and gig work, are traditional college degrees still worth the tuition costs? No.
So to double down on your UPS piece, you can also have, internet backup.
What are we talking about? Let's talk about that behind the scenes.
Be a cellular to back up your UPS so that you don't
hotspot stuff. Yeah.
But then again, continue.
Right. All right, but yeah, the costs are rising exponentially higher than the value, and the people that are being able to afford it, are less and less and less. And so more people are not able to have college, but they are still able to learn and still able to work. And with the specialized degrees, like if you're going into, brain surgery, of course, you gotta, pay that cost and go through all of the courses to do that. To be an art major or art history major, not so much. To be an English lit major, not so much. But the specialty degrees, programs, courses of studies, yes, they're still going to be there. They're still going to be expensive, and you're still going to have to do those to be employed in those professions.
You require those credentials, right? Like you can't be walking
you require
around the hospital.
Stuff, but all of the other, other things that are kind of like secondary, or like, yeah, cool major. Yeah, you actually get paid for that. And it's like, no, you won't get paid for that.
If we hadn't had the conversation we had last week about India being exposed for giving all these fake
degrees, yeah.
And so we don't know how many people out here that have all these fake credentials. I'm sure there's many that hadn't gotten caught and still are out there doing services to people or disservices to people, don't know what the fuck they're doing. And so
also to this point of economy and finance, and what Grizz is saying there in the chat, that he's a specialty technician. And so the flip side of the coin here is that there will also be professions that, are very highly paid, very well sought out, that ain't got shit to do with college.
And this is the thing, like not to say that, like, folks in said occupation may not require training. Of course, they will require training in many occupations. If you're a welder, an electrician, like the list goes on and on. Under which you should, HVAC technician, you're going to need some level of training and certification in order to perform those tasks, and that's super cool. In many of those scenarios,
to perform them, Kedz, but it doesn't require you. It'll get you to the job and to get somebody's money.
Well, but that's what you
don't have to perform it well, but it get you to the job and get somebody's money.
Well, you can perform it well. In many of these cases, the employer may actually pay for you to increase your skill and gain additional certification within the realm of that within the scope of that job. Again, that is what I'm talking about is more well known in just the skilled trades. It's more well known in like the IT fields in general, A+, MCSE, things along those lines. You can just go and get them, and or employers may reimburse you for them, and that's got nothing to do with getting a degree, right? You like what's hilarious is, anyways, I won't even go down this particular path.
Kedz, let me tell you something, man. Grizz is right, man. I've literally seen people on jobs, not once but twice.
Yeah, man.
I'm gonna read this. Jay Grizz,
just run a search.
You can find out how to fix so many different pieces of equipment through AI and Google.
YouTube.
I've seen guys. You talking about being like, I paid a guy to go and fix my furnace when I had my house in Georgia. I'm looking at this guy on his fucking phone using YouTube trying to figure out how to fix. I was just like, dog, for real? He's like, man, I think I can get it. And now I'm at the point where I'm already done paid. I done already paid him half the money. It's two things gonna happen here. Either you finna get out of my house and I'm about to run you in for being a fraud. I'm about to F you up. There's three things are gonna happen. I'm about to F you up real bad, or I'm just gonna try to let you finish this thing. And it was just like that. He had fake credentials, bro.
Like I'm saying, like it really depends on. I would say that maybe you should have, but at the same time, it really depends, right? He might have some level of understanding with different equipment and different things versus what you happen to have in your crib. So I need a little bit of a frame of reference, which I can understand, but you never know, man. You really don't. You're paying for expertise of some kind, and clearly you weren't getting that. End of the day, this is to me. I'm not sure. I'm really, truly not sure whether it's worth the scope. But I do believe that there are levels of education that are required for all of these things, including gig work and creator economy. Like there's a lot of levels to that from a marketing perspective, etc., that you should probably be aware of and be able to sort of move forward with. So
there's levels to everything as far as excelling and doing a really, really good job at whatever it is that you're doing. The question is very simply, is there enough of this kind of gig work and creator economy out here that would keep you from going ahead and spending, like, there's people out here in the world that went and paid for a degree and will never, ever stop paying for that degree until they die. And after they're dead, they will be getting money out of you.
You see? And this is where, like,
it's not worth it, bro.
Yeah, I'm with you. And this is where some of the earlier conversation comes back. And, it was just a question of, I don't even remember what the question was, but the answer was go work for yourself, go build your own thing. If you're building your own thing, it's got a little bit less to do with the dollars and cents here. What's up, WG?
It has nothing to do with the dollars and cents. It has to do with appreciation and necessity. Because you work for a corporation, they don't appreciate you.
They don't.
You ain't a necessity. Because you're out sick or you have a personal issue. They like, yeah, take all the time you need, but we need you back before lunch. And if you're not, they will have the help wanted ad on the LinkedIn site, before you even clean out your desk.
Yeah, I'll give you a perfect example. And I'm gonna always use myself as reference for when it comes to these conversations where it applies. I can outperform any shrink anywhere. Any of them. And I don't have a degree. I don't have something on paper that says you're certified, this is your stamp, this is what you are. I don't have it, but I can outperform any of them by pure life experience, my own quest for knowledge, just to go out there and understand what they understand. It's basically a double-edged sword. So for the people who grew up in the world of, like myself, that you have to have this in order for you to be qualified for that. I understand that world, but I do understand the regulation of everything. and the regulation of everything, that world excludes a whole lot of qualified people. A whole slew of qualified people that can help people. And I work in the world of psychology, mental health, and all that kind of thing. So it's a ton of people who need my help and other people's help that don't have degrees that can absolutely help these people that spending gobsums of money to people who ain't really doing shit for them. They just have a degree, and that's what you trust. Oh, she has a degree, he has a degree here, he's been here or there, and you trust that, and you just willingly give your money, and they just bullshitting you.
Dog, I don't.
Taking your money, and there's way more qualified people out here, but you won't give them the time of day because they don't have these certain credentials behind you.
Well, but
so true.
The fucked up part is a lot of these people with credentials, you know, to write the letters after and before their names, a lot of them are really fucking idiots. And just because you can regurgitate the information to get the degrees and to pass the test, the competency test and the licensing test, that doesn't mean you're smart. It just means you know how to follow those rules, jump through those hoops. But like Grizz is saying, dropped out of high school, never even got a GED. You know, there's a lot of people like that are millionaires.
I appreciate him for even saying that, man.
Yeah, you know, because, you know, the good enough degree is good enough for some people, but then others find a route to success without it.
So, and that's the part that you guys miss with Jay Grizz's comment, is that he basically got with a company. It's you know, he got with a company treated him the right way, put him through all the training that he needed. He's been with the same company for 30 years. They've paid him well, and again gave him you know, forward trajectory, and again the ability to gain levels of certification that he probably wouldn't have had under normal pretenses. Don't need all that other bullshit. He knows what he needs to know to accomplish the task that he's being assigned, and that's how you get paid in the real world. Like it's quite literally that simple. You can go the other route and do this thing here and wind up with an exorbitant loan that you'll have to pay over time. You'll also wind up working for somebody who's now checked those credentials and treats you like a number. And, you know, dependent on experience, like they get you with this thing here, they get you, right? So you come out of college, you have the degree, you get the job, but now you're entry level because you don't have experience. You have the degree, you got the job, but this way we don't really have to pay you like, you know, big money. You see what I'm saying? But the guy with the experience who doesn't have the degree, we're not going to hire him at all, so we don't have to pay him big money. This is all just it's just a scam to kind of get out of paying qualified people qualified amounts of money.
It's a stupid what we're getting at, and the bottom line is we're getting at trying to get people to understand we're at a place where we need to start probably flushing societal norms. And so the societal norms are so conditioned in us. And I'm talking about all three of us, every nomaniac that's listening to my voice right now, whether directly or indirectly, societal norms are affecting your life. You know, in this conversation, we're putting our finger right on the pulse of it and saying, okay, can we flush this societal norm for once? Is where we at right now.
Well, again, there's a yay and a nay here, right? So what we're not going to be able to flush is the corporate requirement for those degrees. Sorry. They're going to use it for the purposes that I just described.
Today.
No. Follow me. They're going to use it for the purposes I just described, because this degree structure allows them to avoid paying qualified people qualified amounts of money.
No doubt.
Right. So they're going to want to keep that in place.
Nobody's going to argue with that one.
You know what I'm saying? So the creator economy, gig work, and quite frankly, what Jay Grizz is doing, which is, again, finding the right type of organization to support you and give you access to the needed certifications that you can gain, training that you can gain, supported, to move upwards in your career. That's how you sort of get around the bullshit that comes with the degree piece. Like that's how you do it.
I just say for all those people out here, every nomaniac and everybody that supports what we do over here, if you got a kid, grandkid, or whoever in that space where they're not sure about what they want to do, and they tired of school just like I was when I got out of high school, and everything was telling me to go to college, take this scholarship, go play football, and everything is going to take care of itself. Oh, football? Yeah, I'm going to college. But if it was just about going to college, I was so sick of school. Coming out of high school, I was sick of that shit. I was sick of following norms, man. And when you got that kid or that grandkid that's kind of telling you, and you still got societal norms in your head, and you just know one way to push them. Okay, this is how you better yourself. You go to college, you get a degree, you're just pushing them towards debt. Because more times than not, that kid is not going to be a professional athlete. He's not going to be somebody that's going to make a gang of money. He's going to have lifetime debt on him. And so what I'm trying to pose here is question societal norms. And is that necessary right now? Because you're going to strap that kid. You're going to strap that kid with a whole bunch of debt that he's going to be like, damn, I wish I didn't. Yeah. You know what I mean? You don't want to do that.
Yeah, and a way to avoid that is since we're sharing with Jay Grizz here, he's saying that he's established many connections through his job that they want other businesses that he deals with wants him to start his own company to fix their equipment. And his next comment is that's the next step, taking what he's learned and making it his own situation. And now you do that by capitalizing on others already in the industry getting out. You know, you look at apps like OfferUp, or, for companies going out of business that would have equipment or tools that you need moving forward. So you can get them, not new, obviously, but used for probably a good price. And so you just like, oh, I could use this gizmo or this gadget, or this get them a bob or this widget, and then you just accumulate those, as you can get them and as you can afford them. And then before you know it, you're going to have enough of a stockpile of necessary tools that now you can go out and do some side gigs. And if that becomes fruitful, now you buy a few more pieces, and now it's like, hey, I don't have to do side gigs anymore, because now I can leave my job and do my own thing as you accumulate it, because you accumulated it along the way. But that means you have to have a plan, you have to have discipline, and you have to be willing to look around for bargains, look around for discounts, look around for people retiring, going out of business or whatever, and capitalize.
So
let me cut, because I got to keep going, kids. And I know you're going to talk a lot on this, because it is the idea is to generate a whole lot of conversation, and it did. And I just want to tell people, as you're raising your kids, and as you're a part of your grandkids' life, or whoever you niece, nephew, whoever that looks to you for guidance, don't strap them with so much of what you learn, not knowing of what you got to look ahead before you give them guidance. Because if you just give them what you learn, that's just what you learn, and this is the only thing that you know, that's not the future. That's not necessarily the future. Right now is the time to start looking down the road a little bit before you start giving that wisdom and sage advice, man. Don't just give them what you learn, because that's what you learned when you were growing up. You're not them, and they're not you. And so just know that as you're going into conversations with them, it's not that simple as, hey, this worked for me, it's going to work for you. Nope. It's not the world we live in. We live in a world of change right now as we speak. But I got one more conversation about this, and this is a little bit different. I can't wait to see Trips take off on this. So Trips, if you want to start this one, go right ahead.
All right. Environment and sustainability. Question: Are green initiatives a luxury only wealthy nations can afford? Question mark. Or are they necessities that all countries and companies need to adapt?
You notice I said companies too.
Yeah, number 2. Countries and companies need to adapt.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, simply because if you look at the dirty energy sources, oil, coal, fracking, all of those are expensive. All of those have environmental impacts on the negative side, nuclear as well. If things go wrong, things can go very wrong. Whereas renewables, solar, wind, hydro, geothermal, are all easily accessible. And yes, there is an upfront investment to, get all the hardware necessary to get it up and running. But once it is up and running, now you are producing and in production. And, your battery storage and all of that is a necessity. But it's going to cost more in the long run to continue to, utilize the old power grid, to have to compete for resources with, data centers as well as the rest of the citizenry and businesses. It's just wasteful not to plan ahead for a resource that can, replicate itself on the daily without causing major harm to individuals, people, or the environment.
Yeah, no parts of this. You want me to go?
Yeah, you go.
I'm glad Trips went first. And again, I just want people to leave political ideology out of it and think of yourself as a citizen of the world, a citizen that has to live in the world, that has to leave a world to people behind them, and think about it in that way. When you come to this conversation that way, you can put your political ideologies to the side. You can come at this knowing that you're going to leave a world for somebody else to live in, right? You know you're going to have to do that. And you come to this conversation flat-footed like that. There's no reason why everything that's written here shouldn't be a part of our lives right now. Because we in a war, basically for resources and power in the world. We got a tentative agreement that's going on right now that I'm not confident in at all. Because we have a power-hungry, group of people in a certain part of the world that's willing to F everything up. And in that case, power grids, power structures, energy sources, all of that shit goes to the wayside. And you can't depend on oil and those kind of resources to really benefit the world. You can't. Most people don't even know that greenery plants are oxygen. Most people don't know that basic fundamental. That kind of gives credence to the argument me and Kedz was having kind of behind the scenes of, most people in the world are stupid. And that kind of gives credence to that. But that's just, basic information you should retain in your understanding of basic biology. Plants are oxygen. So a lot of people in the world that produce carbon dioxide, oxygen. That I don't need to go down that road. And so green resources. So energy has always been free. It's a bunch of rich, filthy, disgusting people that realize that they can monetize energy, power, and make you pay for it. And they're making us pay for it. And they're fighting tooth and nail to keep the fossil fuels and that fossil fuel industry the forefront of this whole conversation. It's just that simple. Either you're gonna keep trying to rely on this fossil fuel industry that is unaliving the whole planet and it's gonna mess this whole thing up, or you're gonna realize that these people shouldn't have power. And you're gonna realize that we can create all the energy we want for ourselves if we stay true to some tenets here. And that's something we're talking about here.
So I'm gonna make my little portion of this conversation relatively short and sweet. Everything that these two gentlemen said is correct. The inherent problem is that, again, I did say earlier on, I don't trust anybody. So when you migrate away from the existing structure, which is straight up capitalist, and it is destroying, the future and the present, you put your faith into the hands of somebody else who promises that, they're going to make things more green and they're going to take on these initiatives for what one would think would be the better good, the greater good. We're on to partner together and work together. And then you kind of look behind the scenes and you realize that they give just as little an F as the capitalists did. So, keeping things very short and sweet. I don't know how you fix stuff like this from a green initiatives perspective. Green initiatives where I live have truly been used to just straight up drive money out of my pocket. It's so crazy, but we'll leave it there.
I don't know. I don't know how you get to that conclusion, but that's
you
not,
have to.
That's not me. I'm not living in Canada.
I'm just saying you would have to live in a democratic socialist country as opposed to a quote unquote capitalist country. Once you move into a democratic socialist country perspective, what they do is they go, okay, so cool, you everybody's for the greater good, right? Here, we're going to tax you 20% more. You're just going to give us some money, and we'll put that money towards these green initiatives.
Hey, kids,
money
what I've always told you,
and nothing happens.
Is the greater good doesn't mean stress and pain on the front side of it.
How?
It doesn't. It doesn't mean no stress and pain on the front side of it.
No, I'm not. Again, I'm not saying.
I've always told you that, man.
Whether you have or you haven't, I experience it on a daily basis, and it's not. The way that you're framing it is it would be a sort of like short-term pain for long-term gain. And again, from a greater good perspective, we are all for this. I'm just saying that the powers that be are still there to manipulate you. Powers that be where I am are here to manipulate me. And they're just taking money out of my jeans and spending it on whatever the fuck they want. Much like
I just say this. I just say this to you, kids. It's gonna have to come to a point where we stop thinking as individuals and what it's doing to me, and start thinking more as a collective is what it can do for we.
Just like I'm saying. So like Canada is the greatest example of this. There's many others. UK, any democratic socialist country, and they'll tell you more or less the same thing. They pay out the nose for the general idea of greenness, and not a whole lot of green actually goes down.
Well, all right. I don't want to get too wrapped up into that conversation, but the bare ball-headed question is: are green initiatives a luxury or a luxury only wealthy nations can afford, or are they necessities that all countries and companies need to adopt? My opinion is it's a need to basis right here, because fossil fuels are causing wars. Fossil fuels are causing death. fossil fuels are causing life to be lost, continents to be reshaped. It's causing basically mega money to merge with mega money and leaving us more and more out of the loop. And it's making the fight for us to achieve that wealth that we all know we're wise enough to achieve, but cannot in this game of Monopoly, because wealth is merging with wealth because of the circumstances. And either way you look at it, there's no way to it from this vantage point at all.
So
at all. Unless you just get gifted some grant by some rich person, you are never going to see what you are capable of as a wise, intelligent human being, because the mergers are going to happen, and they're happening right now.
If you go back to fossil fuels case scenario, again, like I said, what both of you guys are saying is bang on, 100% correct. It is the management of it that is the problem. It is the powers that be who hold that money that is inherently the issue. So one example, and this one blew my mind. This is when I was a much, more optimistic human being, and realized again, man, everything's kind of like, kind of like a scam. So one example is winter gas versus summer gas. Are you guys familiar with the winter and summer gas?
I know where you're going.
So do you? Okay. So winter gas and summer gas, there was an initiative, a green initiative that sort of came into play early 2000s under George W. Bush, or just before George W. Bush, one or the other. In any event, this kind of came through, and it trickles down to Canada as well. Long story short, they separated the winter gas from summer gas, and the oil and gas companies were supposed to pay for this green initiative. Instead, they turned around and made us pay for it.
Loophole, huh? They
turned around and said, hey, yeah, we'll put all the green initiatives into play, but like suddenly your gas went from 79 cents to $1. We're just gonna make you guys pay for it at the pump. We'll do all the stuff that we're forced to do from a litigation perspective or from a legislation perspective. We'll do it all, but at the end of the day, fuck you. Like we're not eating the cost. So you're gonna eat the cost.
What you're telling us is legislation is squared up and fragmented to help those people that will F you over.
Well, this is sort of what all the subsidies they get, all the gas and the oil industries. They're already making millions in profits. They're subsidized, millions and billions in tax dollars. And what do the taxpayers get? Higher bills.
We get stuck with the bill $1 billion. And this is a more, the example I'm giving you is more of a capitalist example that you guys feel and I feel here. We share this exact same experience. I'm just saying that, in this scenario, this is us, this is the government saying, hey, big oil, help save the environment too. And big oil said, sure, but we're going to make you pay for it. That's what big oil said. And if you strangely believe that, given the powers that be, and when I say powers that be, I'm not talking political or dollars and cents. I'm just talking about the guys who actually run big oil. They're never going to move off of big oil. You know what I'm saying? They have no interest in doing that.
That's their meal ticket.
That's their meal. They have no interest in moving off. So we're going to be the guys paying for it.
Problem you keep putting yourself in is never. It's always.
Well, they're never going to voluntarily do it.
Oh, you think they're voluntarily going to?
Now that's a never. They're never going to.
Well, that's what I'm talking about.
They're never going to not go after that, but there's going to be a stop. Right.
So who could look at the scenario I just gave you, right? The scenario I just gave you was the government told them do this. They said sure. They pay for it and rerouted the money. That's what happened. How could the government prevent that from happening again? It's the government. It's the only people.
The thing is, the legislation that's passed in favor of all these corporations or in this case, the dirty energies that we're talking about. The dirty energies pay a lot of money to lobbyists to lobby the government. And those governmental people pass laws that favor these industries, and repeat, rinse and repeat. New congressman, new senator, new mayor, new president, new whatever. Same industry, same lobbyists, same money, and rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. And so now all of these laws are written so in favor of these corporations that even if we as the people say, hey, we don't like these data centers taking up all our resources, and the powers that be, government, says, hey, those corporations have rights too. And now they use all the money to pay the lobbyists and the judges to get those things in their favor. So when we the people stand up and sue, based on environment pollution or whatever, it's like, well, nope, you lose because this law says this, or this subsidy says this, or this corporation does this. And so what do you do?
I'm just saying that even in a society where it's more we than me, which is like, again, a democratic socialist society, like Canada or Denmark or et cetera, it's more we as a general idea, as opposed to that capitalist, capitalist, United States. Even here, with those initiatives, ain't shit getting done. I'm just saying. They will tell you, they'll blow smoke up your ass and tell you, oh, hey, like we're here, we're gonna save the fucking trees. Ain't no trees being saved. They're just taking money out of your pants.
I know so many people that live in. I know I've never really told you this, but a week or two ago. But there's so many people I know that live in Canada on different sides of the spectrum. The people on certain sides of the spectrum, I decided not to even associate with them no more because they just basically too ignorant for me. When we talk in general conversations about what, quasi-socialism is versus capitalism. There's so many people that I met that live in your country that think just because they think as a capitalist, that they think they can come over here and thrive. They just think that. Just because you have a capitalist mindset and you think that can work for you, that just proves that you're just narcissistic. And you just out for yourself. And that's what I learned about those people.
Yeah,
don't be in that category, man. Because
I'm not sure if that generalization really flies.
Let me finish. The other people that I met there know that it's exactly what I was just talking about before. It ain't about me. It's about we. And how best can we get to, it's kind of ugly when you start thinking about socialism on its face. It's ugly sometimes because the execution of it is going to leave a whole bunch of people like it's going to make societies look dirty and all that kind of stuff, and it's going to be drugs and all this kind of thing that goes.
Whoa. No.
Until hold on, kids. Until the legislation starts to wise up and understand that this is the kind of parameters we need to put around that. And so when you start talking to people from Canada that's new to this and people from other parts of the world that are new to it, it's a social construct that takes decades, bro. Decades, not a couple, 5, 10, 15, fucking 20 years. It takes decades to perfect it. And that's what government is. It's not a simple, okay, we're going to apply this here and it's going to be perfect there. It takes time. And you have to be involved in the process to help it.
Well, what I'm trying to explain to you is a few things. The first one is that those people that you described initially, if they're coming from here, they've experienced democratic socialism and recognized that they're tired of losing large swaths of their money to the government so the government can do whatever they want to do with that large swath of money that you've earned with your hard-earned time, energy, and effort. It's gone to some level of greater good we. Unfortunately, who decides what we is? What is the we? Who's the we? Where is that money being spent? Why is that money being spent? Why can't I spend it? These are all questions that are valid and worth questioning. And
get involved in the process.
What's that?
Get involved in the process.
You're saying it as if these people may or may not be involved in the process. They might be.
When I say get involved in the process, know exactly who is doing what.
My real point is, ain't nobody doing shit, son. That's what I'm trying to. That's sort of what I'm trying to tell you. Like 90% of the time, these guys are lining their own pockets. 90% of the time, like our previous prime minister was a great look. So speaking of we, so he had a federation that he called Me to We. That was the name of the federation. And, this federation was more or less, a haven for his family members to make money that's donated by the Canadian people. Like I'm just like you would have to see what I'm talking about and experience the level of corruption that can be put forward in a situation where you can tax your constituents 30% of their yearly take.
What are you talking about? Government?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Right. Like this is what I'm talking about. So it's kind of crazy to sort of look at if you lived here, if you lived here, it's crazy to come to the realization of what I'm talking about. Because again, I may sound a little bit grizzled, for lack of a better word. But experiencing a democratic socialist society, there are ups, but there's also downs. The biggest up and the most important up is universal healthcare. Put that out there. In Denmark, not only do they have universal healthcare, but they also have universal education. So those guys are taxed 60%. So and I was like, holy.
That's a society that's a little bit more advanced in that than you are.
To a degree, absolutely. So when I went out there and I sat down and broke bread with the Danes, they said, hey, like, how much are you guys getting taxed in Canada? I said about 35%. They said, that's nothing. We get taxed 60%, but my kid's got a degree. My daughter's in university. I don't have to spend $1 on that. They're getting what they need to get forward in their lives. Same case scenario with healthcare. It's available there. You can get your healthcare. If you have an issue, you get taken care of. These are different versions of democratic socialism. Mind you, you're going to work and making only 40% of your money.
It's different. It's different. Before we close this, we got to close real fast so we can finish this right. So I'm gonna just leave my statement to be the last thing, just because, not because I want it to be, because I need to say this and get out of here. There's one thing to have 60% of your income or 40% of your income gone, and it's going to these services. But you're okay because you're not worrying about this bill, that bill, a whole bunch.
Those are good services. Continue.
Let me just say this. There's another thing to be living here in a capitalistic society where you have no control over all these ultra rich people that own these energy supplies, these utilities that can, on a dime, gin up all of the prices there. Just put all the inflation they want on you. You're talking about an oil crisis. So the guy at the gas station can gin up any price he wants to at the store, at the gas station, for whatever he wants to. And if you're in that general locale and you need that gas, that's what the fuck you're gonna pay for. Let's just say you live in Atlanta, Georgia. Georgia Power decides, because we have an energy, that's a good time to make a whole bunch more profit, even though I don't need to do that right now, but I'm gonna do it. And so somebody that's only in their home, they're moving around most of the month, ain't turning on a light in that motherfucker. All they know is they come in the house and they there for partial 2 weeks and see a $600 fucking light bill for no reason at all. That's the difference between living in a capitalistic society and a socialistic society that knows how to put parameters on that kind of shit. And so then we just leave that there. We just leave that.
Sure. I'll argue with you.
Go ahead, Kedz. Go and finish it off because you won't.
Sorry, I'll just let you know your exact example. In capitalism, it happens here in democratic socialism as well. So what's crazy about our hydro or utilities here is they charge us an over and above exorbitant fee for delivery.
Stories. I mean, we had to close out, but go ahead and finish it, man.
Sorry, I'm just saying. If you made a statement, and it's just you know what I mean. It's
didn't want to let me end with that, but go ahead.
I can't. If you're gonna end, you got to end on something that's factual.
That wasn't factual.
No, and unfortunately, it's factual in the United States of America, but the fact is, it's also factual in Canada. It's not a differentiator between socialism and capitalism.
You're not gonna lose your house.
They fuck us. Long story short, and we can move on. They fuck us on our hydro too.
Yeah, and well, the easiest way to say it is capitalism, socialism, doesn't matter the country. If a business has to raise a price, let's say a nickel, to match its cost, they're going to charge the consumer 8 cents.
They're going to do it.
They're going to charge not a nickel but 8 cents, and they're going to pocket that 3 cents. And then if they ever have to cut that price, they'll cut 4 and they'll keep 8. You know what I mean? So they're always going to screw over the consumer, no matter what country, no matter what system.
Well said, my brother. Bang on.
I'll tell you what. Let's get to let's do a movie review because I think this will go better. Right now, it's just we need something to lighten up the mood a little bit because it gets tight when we start talking about this social stuff. But we're gonna get to it. What did y'all think about this?
Yeah, Predator, Arnold Schwarzenegger, classic. Military contractors out in the jungle, doing some government, dirty black ops work, come across unknown entity, that's wiped out the squad before them and is now picking them apart, all-star cast, jungle,
Jesse Ventura, fucking Carl Weathers,
Arnold,
Bill Duke.
So it was a action, movie, not anything Oscar worthy. It was very basic premise, and they built on that premise, and it was
Jojo
cool.
Loco's watched this movie 1,000 times. I'm probably right there with you, Jojo Loco. Like I was a big Schwarzenegger fan when I was a youth. Like when I was a little kid, I starting with Commando. For me, the slight shortcoming of this movie for me is just they were a little bit light on the puns, whereas like the couple of Schwarzenegger movies before and after it were like turn the puns up 1,000. But
I think they were trying to take themselves a little too serious on this one for puns.
I agree. This was a bit more of a serious film, as far as like an action film is concerned. But the puns in the other ones really made me like this guy because, like, again, he only has a couple of lines in these first few Schwarzenegger films. Lines.
No speaky English.
That's what I'm saying. So like when they give him a line, it's gotta hit. You know what I mean? It's gotta hit. It's gotta be some sort of I don't have time to bleed. Well done, Joe.
No, that was The Body. Jesse the body.
Oh, that was Jesse? Oh, you're right. You're right.
I ain't got time to bleed.
You're right. It was Jesse. Like, Jesse's got some good, like, he's great in this movie, and he's great in The Running Man, which is my personal favorite Schwarzenegger film. But this is a great this is a great little film, man. It all the way around, well put together. Everybody gets picked off. Schwarzenegger survives and goes 1-on-1 against the Predator. Yeah, big guns.
The scene though, when it was like a little strip tease, when the Predator took off his helmet because it wanted to go 1-on-1, with Schwarzenegger because he deemed him worthy because of the size of his skull. No diddy. But yeah, that was a cool scene.
I gotta say, man, every freaking time, and I'm talking about in the last couple of months here, every freaking time that I want to get into an alien conversation, and about that, we and our big mouths just carry on so far that we get lined up right here. And the funny thing about it is they're fighting aliens in here. And so I remember one of the conversations Tripp and I were having about this whole thing, and he was just being a fool about it. He was just like, imagine, aliens that want to come here and harvest us as food. This, and I'm thinking about it right now. I had to believe this had some kind of role to play in that conversation that he had because he saw this movie.
No,
the Predator was here to harvest anything.
No, the Predator wasn't harvesting. The Predator
wasn't harvesting anything. He was there. He
was eating.
No, he didn't eat any of the humans.
He was there to prove that he was the superior predator.
Right.
Oh,
because remember in Predator 2, his favorite food was beef. Because that's what he was eating in.
I never saw Predator 2.
Predator 2 is a great movie too. Shout out,
with Danny Glover. That was a good one. But it explained a lot about Predator, and you learn more about the actual creatures.
Yeah.
In part 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
But in part 1,
they left it a little bit ambiguous. Like they
right. But he was out hunting, and his trophies were the the skulls of his opponents. And, the bigger, the more impressive, he cleaned them and they put them in a little display case and shit. Yep. And then Predator 2, you got to see more of that display case and the different species from different planets. So it goes into that more. But yeah, at the time, that was pretty cool premise.
I can't help but to think some of these movie franchises are based around a certain actor, the lead actor, and his body at that time. Like Arnold Schwarzenegger and his body at that time, and the whole script was designed around him and his body, and for him to flourish. Just like The Rock right now. The Rock right now, you can put him in any kind of movie construct, and his body's going to take over the whole thing. Right?
Yeah, same with that Hawaiian dude.
Momoa. Yeah, same kind of thing. That's kind of what I'm thinking. It's not very much thought. It's a whole lot of let's build this thing around this guy and how he looks. It's kind of punk to me, man. It's kind of, I don't like it. You know what I mean? It's like why are we focus so much on what this dude looked like? But that's the people that's designing this movie, not me. So I think there's a lot of fluff and not enough stuff, in my opinion.
I wish I could sit here and say that you're wrong. You're not. Like, this movie is pretty much about a muscular guy in the jungle fighting an alien assailant. Like, that's, plus he's got a team of muscular guys rolling with him.
Soldiers.
You know what I'm saying? Mercs. They're soldiers, they're mercs, they're out there doing the darn thing. And that's what it is. Like,
and then all the gadgetry they had with them, from miniguns to to explosives, and they was out there just blowing shit up.
It's really just feeding a certain demographic.
Well,
yeah. Well, the violence and stuff, but then you got the the big swollen muscles for the ladies and stuff.
For the ladies and some other motherfuckers too.
Hey,
there's not, they're out there. They do the thing. Same token.
There's anything wrong with that.
It's just an action film. Don't put
you gotta have some sweat and muscles.
You know what I'm saying? Don't put too much genius thought into don't overthink this. You know what I'm saying? It's just guns,
saying,
bang,
man.
bang.
I'm just saying. I thought anyway, man. I'm gonna give you my take on the movie. I think the movie in its concept, the concept of it was great. Dialogue was really, really meat-headed, man.
Oh, for really sure. Homeboy could barely speak English.
Get to that chopper.
That's the only thing that bothered me in this. I think it's a good movie, and somebody said it's a great series, and I didn't watch it past this. To be honest.
No, have you watched the more recent one?
No.
Oh, Alien versus Predator?
No, there's actually two more. There's another one very recent with what's her name? Mid Thunder. She's a Native American actress.
And, with the lips.
Well, she has lips. Yes, I don't remember what's up with the lips.
She's Australian though.
No, the girl I'm talking about straight up she's from like a Native American tribe here in North America, and she kind of goes against
Badlands.
I think that's the one. She goes up against a predator. Long story short, she goes up against a predator. It's kind of cool. So
there's Predator, Unaliver of Unalivers.
I don't think it's that one.
No, don't start looking now. Hold on.
Her name is Amber Mid Thunder. Is the name of the girl.
We're gonna cut it off anyway, man. Don't worry about it. Don't even worry about it. This is some meathead shit, man.
Yep.
It is for the meatheads, and I'm not one of them, man. It's entertaining up to a point for me, But I felt nostalgic, and I'll show you how much more nostalgic I felt because this is one of those movies too.
Not a Karate Kid. Daniel San, sweep the leg, wax on, wax off. Classic. Not up and coming, but youth finding his way. Different lands, different people. Finding his sensei, mentor, guide, if you will, to how to be a kid who can defend himself and all that good stuff. It was a cool flick, and it led to a couple of sequels and series.
Trips, I think the music and the music scenes wrote me into this because I wouldn't have been into it outside of like when he was, when he got his ass kicked and he went to this is
Peter Cetera?
No. I think this is the second one. I probably put up the wrong effing movie. The second No. The second one, is it this one or he goes to Okinawa in the second?
No, that's the second.
That's the second one.
That's what I'm saying. Like Peter
Cetera, you have to learn how to first, and that's in California.
Peter Cetera is the second one. You're thinking.
Second one. Yeah, I put up the.
I am a man who will fight
that one.
for your honor.
The music got me in that one, and the pretty girl in there, the pretty scenery around it, the whole thing, the story. We got the wrong effort. Fuck this up.
Yeah. Oh, that was when Miyagi went back to the crib. Yeah. It's like you had to work out, some old family issues and all that stuff.
Much better concept there. This one was good, but the second one was better to me.
I could take it or leave it either way. I'll be straight up on this one. This was a good movie. Just a story of a kid getting bullied who decided to kung fu up and beat the bullies. See, Cobra Kai never does, and I was kind of waiting for it in the chat. Thank Robert. So I don't know if either one of you have watched any of the Cobra Kai stuff, but it's kind of spun out of this. Or have you either one of you watched How I Met Your Mother? So no, cool. So there's an episode of How I Met Your Mother that is, the main character Barney is like, I love this movie. I love the Karate Kid. And he has like a bandana. It's the whole thing. And then they hook up with Ralph Macchio, who's the star of this movie, and they bring him to the apartment, and they're like, "Yo, we got the Karate Kid. He's here." And Barney looks at Ralph Macchio, and he's like, "He's not the Karate Kid. What the hell are you talking about?" And he goes into a whole spiel of where the bad guy in this movie, to him, is the star of the film. And it's an awesome flip. And he goes right into it. Eventually they go and they find the bad guy and they bring him and introduce him to Barney, and Barney's super appreciative about this, right? William Zabka shows up, so he like Robert knows exactly. You're watching the same shit as me, Robert, so he knows exactly what I'm talking about. So William Zabka is the bad guy. Eventually he meets Barney, and Barney's hype. Down the road, they go, yo, that concept is kind of really cool. We're gonna make an actual like, spin-off of the Karate Kid series starring William Zabka, and how he's gonna sort of, redeem himself from being this asshole. And it's a little bit of a kiddie show. It's sort of aimed at young adults, but it kind of works. He comes in, he eventually opens up his own dojo, trains up all these kids, only to be confronted by the original Karate Kid, and they have to now beef. And it's super fucking cool. All right, like this is just like a complete flip on the original Karate Kid series. For you, Nomad, before I shut up, season 2, they go to Okinawa, and it's like a reflip of Karate Kid 2, the one that you actually like, Johnny Lawrence, and then they bring back the Asian bad guy. All right, with the, you know what I mean? You remember this shit? They bring back the Asian bad guy from part 2, and it's a whole thing. And eventually he joins the crew, and now it's the 3 of them, and they're going up against a bunch of other like guys in the series. It's actually kind of cool, but take it for what it's worth.
All I can say is, when you watch this movie, or either one of these, anything coming from this series, don't try this shit in real life, man. You're gonna get your ass kicked, man. All these principles are gonna get your ass kicked.
Yeah, that crane kick.
So you're saying no wax on, wax off, Daniel-san?
You're gonna get your ass.
No, wax on, wax off, that's very practical. Or paint on, paint off, that's practical. But like the crane kick, that's not. Unless
I've totally hit a motherfucker with the crane kick and it worked. But keep going. He was out.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you can connect, sure, but that's not something you want to just throw.
If he'd have got on you, that was your ass, kid.
I'm just saying, I was and that was it. It was lights out.
Right.
That was it.
But the way Miyagi taught Daniel-san, and Daniel-san's all hyped, like, when am I gonna learn how to fight? When am I gonna learn how to fight? He was like, patience. And it's like, all right, show me wax off, show me paint on, show me paint off. He's like, oh shit, I'm doing stuff, and he didn't even know it.
And next thing you know, he's a ninja.
Right. And it's like, yeah, that's not really the way that works, but the movie's only 2 hours, so I get it. But as he progressed, in the part 2, and then so on and so forth, as he is actually, physically getting older, growing up, this movie right here, he was like, what is it, high school, aged. So the maturation of Daniel-san, it's kind of interesting.
I'm telling you, Robert Meck is killing it down there, because they bring back all the bad guys in this spin-off series. John Kreese, who was the original sensei to Johnny Lawrence, who was the guy in the black outfit there in the
sweep the leg guy.
The sweep the leg guy, right? So he's the sensei, and he, like, the sensei in this movie for those, for the Cobra Kai kids, is just a jerk. Like, he's a super jerk, and you kind of gain a quick dislike for this guy. But in the future, in Cobra Kai, he's so much more of a hyper jerk that you're like, yeah, I remember how much I hated this guy, and I still hate this guy. And eventually he winds up redeeming himself a little bit towards the very end. But it's as a spin-off, this is really where it all came from. It came from the Karate Kid OG, as well as the 2 following films, which are, in Nomad's opinion, good and or not great. The second one or the third one, with good reason. It's not great. They introduce a new bad guy who also finds his way into this Cobra Kai series. But I think they did a really admirable job of sort of spinning this series differently right back at you. It addresses, those of us who watch these original movies. It works. And it also sort of opens up the whole Karate Kid thing for a whole new generation of kids. It's very well done.
This whole thing, man, I've seen so many spoofs of this series. I can't really take it serious, man. Black people spoofing it, man. This little Chinese motherfucker, what are you gonna do to me? I mean, it's just so it's just some of the stuff I've seen is fucking hilarious. Not only that, but I'm not even gonna go there, man. Ain't no black people in this goddamn movie.
Well, there aren't. No.
That's not reality.
There aren't. Flippity flip. They redid this movie obviously a few years back with Jaden Smith and Jackie Chan. It's a spin-off of this general concept.
There's still no black people.
I don't no straight black people. Sorry. In any event, it's Will Smith's kid. He's doing his things. Very very similar to what we have here. And again, anything with Jackie Chan is generally pretty damn good. But yeah, Cobra Kai was True Pilgrim saying Cobra Kai was fire. I liked it. I thought it was actually
somebody else told me it was really good.
It's okay. It's okay. It's not. It ain't no Game of Thrones. You know what I mean? It ain't Game of Thrones, but it's okay, man.
I think if you like the genre, from the people that I know that really like the genre. I mean, I'm talking about black people that I know that like the genre. They think Cobra Kai was off the chain.
It was good. Like I say, it was one of those things that I had a nice plate of food. I sat down, put something on Netflix, and this is what it was. And within about, an episode, I was like, okay, like this is kind of a cool little concept. It reminds me of this episode of How I Met Your Mother. And they just ran with it for like 5 or 6 seasons. And it really works, man. It really works because these two kids hate each other. These two dudes as adults hate each other. And they had to sort of find some level of common ground. Most importantly, and this is where you might actually like it, Nomad, it's like these guys are just mentoring kids. That's really what it's all about.
I'm not gonna get into it, man.
Okay, don't. But it's cool. It's pretty cool.
And Daniel's son, Ralph Macchio, if it wasn't for the Karate Kid franchise, we wouldn't even know who he is.
Nope, he's done just about nothing besides Cobra Kai outside of that situation. So there's that for Ralph.
The man's name is Ralph.
Oh, he also did. The
man's name is Ralph, but he will walk around the rest of the face of the planet being called Daniel's son, and he will accept it.
Daniel's son.
You're damn straight. I'm sure he was paid handsomely. You know what I mean?
I know he want to slap everybody across the world.
All of those Cobra Kai dudes, that were in the original movie. It's like, what else you been in?
Oh boy was gonna be Miyagi.
My local theater, Death of a Salesman.
There was nothing else. That man, I forget his name, is Daniel Morita or some shit like that.
Mr. Miyagi.
He was gonna be Miyagi wherever he go.
Whoa! Pat Morita's done tons of stuff.
I said
Happy Days.
Happy Days, brother. He's
gonna be missing.
He was Arnold, baby.
He was Arnold the chef on Happy Days.
He's Mr. Miyagi wherever he goes.
Brother, there's a story about Pat Morita and
I know the story of Pat Morita.
Man, those joints where he was like the Korean soldiers and MASH.
He's the fucking laughing stock, man.
I'm actually talking about Pat Morita and Red Fox. So there's a story between the two of them where he was broke. Pat Morita was broke, and he couldn't afford. He needed $2,000. He couldn't afford to move into this house, and he was going to wind up being homeless in the end. And Red Fox, he was working with Red Fox on some show. I think it was actually the Red Fox show. And Red Fox just turned around and was like, "Hey, look, here's $2,000." And Pat was like, "What the hell? Look, why would you give me $2,000 of your hard-earned money?" He's like, "Just take it. You're going to be better off for it." And this is just one of those things that he never forgot and spoke so highly of Red Fox because of this little situation. But like Pat Morita's a guy. You gotta give him
big. Yeah, he's been around a long time.
I never really heard it being broke down quite the way I heard it being broke down. I'm talking about people who became a star based on a character they played, right? Like Malcolm Jamal Warner, R.I.P.
He'll always be Theo. You're damn right.
So what's the difference?
Theo Huxtable.
Between him and Mr. Miyagi.
Well, Mr. Miyagi, I knew as Arnold before Mr. Miyagi. Whereas, Theo didn't exist until Theo.
What's the more powerful character that went?
Well, I mean, I don't differentiate like that because I know he's an actor. So I was familiar with him before the Karate Kid. Yeah. So it's like, yes, I know him as Mr. Miyagi, but before he was Miyagi, he was Arnold. So if I see an actor in something before maybe they made him famous, I'm going to remember him where I remember him from.
So the only reason I'm giving him a little bit of love is because as an Asian American character, he was probably the Asian American character for the better part of the 70s.
Yeah, he was.
You know what I mean?
He never really said a lot, but he was
for people like Robert, is always going to be Mr. Miyagi.
And that's who he should be. It is his most famous role. I'm just saying that again, if you grew up in the 70s and you're watching TV and you're flicking channels and you come across an Asian guy, I'm gonna say like 85% it was probably Pat Morita.
Yeah.
Like you talking about character actors and guys that get typecast. There's a guy that's aging right now. Can't think of his name right now, but he's Latino. What is his name? But he's in every bad guy.
Are you talking about?
You're talking about Danny Trejo.
Danny Trejo. Lord knows that man deserves more than the bad guy actor roles.
He don't know. Whoa! He doesn't want it.
But I'm going though, kid. You know exactly where I'm going. It's more for him, but he's accepted that that's what it is for him.
And so have you seen the Machete movies at all? Any of them?
No. I've seen enough shit with him in it that I don't need to see it.
That was pretty good.
Oh, Danny Trejo. Because, like in this situation, he's not the bad guy, is all I'm saying. He's the hero. So they flipped it again, much like Cobra Kai for this generation. They took Danny Trejo and they reintroduced him as a heroic uncle in the Shark Boy and Lava Girl TV show series. And then in the movies too. He's Uncle Machete, Uncle Machete, right? That's what they call him. And he'd come through sometimes to save the day and shit. So they spin this off into a straight up full on film where he's the hero and he's being assailed against by Steven Seagal and Don Johnson. And it's wild. It's a dope, the Machete 1 and 2 are dope films, yo. I wish I could tell you they aren't. They're fucking awesome action movies. They're parodies. The Steven Seagal death scene. For the Steven Seagal death scene alone, you probably should watch this movie.
And they don't take themselves serious. They know what they are.
100%.
And they lean into that
big time, right? He knows it's a joke, you know what I mean? And it's really just a spin on him always being the bad guy. So he gets to act like the bad guy as a good guy. And it's fucking hilarious.
But now the new Hispanic guy that's always the bad guy is the guy that was in Training Day. One of the guys around the table. He plays a Arabic guy sometimes. He plays a Spanish guy sometimes, and then the other bad guy is always a bad guy in movies. So there's a couple typecast roles that are filled by character actors that are in tons and tons of movies, but they're not the stars.
So all I'm trying to say, and shout out to Danny Trejo. What is his name? Danny Trejo?
Danny Trejo.
What I can say is there's a lot of heartwarming, let's just say, stories that would be told by people that don't look like him out there in Hollywood for an old Latino man to be playing a role in. They found a fucking role for Clint Eastwood millions of times. Millions of times they found roles for all these aging actresses. I mean, actors, actresses, and all these people. Find roles for people that live lives that don't look like you. Those are good stories too. Great stories.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, you know,
Right.
I mean, Latino people, Black people, Indian people, all kinds of people. Can't just be aging white people in all these great roles as they age as actors or actresses. Can't be.
So,
All right,
since you
now
brought
I
it
get
back to Indian people, the
3
movie's
names.
called
Go ahead.
Prey. All right. So the movie's called Prey. It is a spin-off on The Predator, starring Amber Mid-Thunder and a host of
Oh, yeah.
Native American folks. It's actually a really good movie. Feel free to fucking check it out.
But now I'm gonna Nomad. There are 3 names that I will say that you won't know their names, but if you looked up their faces, you'd be like, "Oh shit, I know him." And Cliff Curtis, do you know that name?
No, off the top, no.
All right. Noel Guglielmi,
Not off the top.
Raymond Cruz.
Mm-mm.
All 3 of those faces, you look them up, you'd be like, "Oh shit, I know him. I know him. I know him." But you don't know none of their names, but you will know these faces.
Yeah, that's usually how it goes.
And they've been in more than one movie.
Okay.
You looking them up, kids?
I just looked at Cliff Curtis. You're damn straight, yeah.
Now look up Noel Guglielmi.
That last name going to take me a minute.
Noel Gug.
Oh damn! I found him one time. Gug, like they knew who.
Look at his face.
Oh yeah, he's from Training Day.
He's in a lot of stuff.
He's in tons of stuff.
And then Raymond Cruz. And these are all very good character actors.
I'm gonna assume it's this guy. Let me see this guy. I'm less familiar with this guy.
Okay.
What's he in?
But yeah, there's a Karate Kid, launched a lot of careers, and a lot of those actors are employed still by the franchise, so to speak.
Well, like I'm saying, they did a really good job of bringing everybody back, giving everybody a new paycheck, and reintroducing this whole story to a new generation. So, starting with the Karate Kid being again that, bullied kid fighting his way to win the big tournament in the San Francisco Bay Area, Fresno. Anyhow, that's really what this is all about. But the whole story gets flipped on its ear and spun back in a really interesting way in the follow-up being Cobra Kai.
I'm gonna give everybody a little heads up, and remember that I told you this. Next week, if you haven't watched the Ozarks, watch it. Watch it.
The Ozarks.
You haven't done Ozarks, Trip?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, you need
Trip. Like he's not playing around.
Well, no, but it's like I'm thinking on like the second and third season.
He doesn't want to watch.
It's over. It's done.
It's done.
Oh, they're done. Okay, maybe I'll start then.
This is perfect for you. I know you like to see these things when they're finished and through and just power through.
Yeah.
There's a quick 2 cents. Did you watch Breaking Bad and did you enjoy it?
Yeah, I like Breaking Bad.
Then you're going to like this show for sure.
Fair
enough, Rob Robertson. He didn't like the ending. I can see why you didn't like the ending, but the series from beginning to maybe last 2 episodes, fantastic.
Bro, let me tell you, I'm aware of what I say, everybody, and I know we was talking about black, white, Latino and brown and all that kind of stuff. We made a point to talk about that. But let me tell you something. You talking about a badass white girl acting in this movie? I mean, in this series? The lead actress, let me just say, and I'm gonna leave it there for you, Trips.
Laura Linney.
I don't know her name. I don't.
Oh shit, Jason Bateman's in this. I love him.
Jason Bateman is the lead actor. The lead actress in this motherfucking tour.
I love him.
She just tore this shit up. I'm just telling you.
And there's a little bit of Chicago love in there too. I'll give you that. But
don't.
Wait, is this the one where they're in the kitchen or something? Or no, that's the bear.
No, yeah, no, it's not.
Nothing like
that.
You didn't even need to say that.
Sorry, it's not a big deal. You're gonna love it. No, it's not. Why? Why do you think it is?
Because you shouldn't have said it. He ain't seen none of it.
Well, I didn't hear what he said, so I
perfect. There you go. You made like it didn't happen. You're gonna this one's a really good one. You're gonna really like this show.
Okay, 4 seasons. Okay.
Yeah, you can power right
There's
through.
No way you're gonna be able to. You ain't gonna be able to get through that in a week.
No. Yeah, she was Robert. She was great. She's great in this show.
Oh, okay, I see what it's about now. Okay, I get you.
She's
great. Wait a minute. We've talked about this a couple times, and you ain't never seen this yet, Trip?
I don't think we've talked about this one.
Yes, we have a few times.
Well, if you have, I didn't talk about it because I haven't seen it.
It's dope. You'll like it. No questions.
And you're gonna have to spend the rest of this week. You just gonna have to take a sabbatical if you want to talk.
Well, I'm not gonna watch it all because next up on my list to watch is the movie Furious. Which is martial arts kind of thingy.
Oh, that movie? That movie looked crazy though. You gotta tell me.
Watch that shit. I'm watching.
You gotta tell me what's up with. You tell me what's up with that one because I seen the damn
the trailer.
Yeah, the trailer's wild. I haven't seen it yet though.
I just want to know: is there any horror heads in here like me that like vampire movies or werewolves and all that kind of stuff like me?
Yeah.
Horror heads. I found a movie, and we're gonna talk a little bit here, just so I'm gonna let y'all know it's gonna be an abrupt close to the show. But Boys of Hell County, I found a vampire movie. It's made in probably the UK. Man, I know I'm gonna enjoy it. It looks like kind of the way my uncle told me about Underworld when he first saw that movie, werewolf movie, vampire movie, that nobody was really talking about, and then boom, it hit there, and people were just like, "Oh shit!" And that became a cult classic. Underworld was the truth if you like this kind of genre. But man, dude, the Lost Boys. There you go, JoJo.
That's a dope one. I like the Underworld series for 2 reasons. Kate Beckinsale's gorgeous, and they get kind of deep into like vampire werewolf lore. It's actually pretty well done. But outside of that, you know me, I'm not a horror guy. Back to Ozarks. Trip, you're gonna love it. Tell me about Furious and whether you like that one too, because that trailer is off the chain.
Hold on, Robert. My man in the Lord. It took me until a few days ago to even be able to watch.
Raiders of Lost.
I couldn't even watch from because my girlfriend.
Isn't Lost J.J. Abrams though? Is this J.J. Abrams stuff from?
Lost is come on, man. ABC. But anyway, man, we 2 episodes away. And we thought we had the whole entire series to finish, and we didn't realize that we were 2 episodes off. Now we gotta wait a few weeks. I was so disgusted. I was ready to finish it. There you go, Robert.
JJ's Law. Yep.
Yeah, okay.
JJ Abrams.
So JJ Abrams is Lost. So did he do From as well, or is he maybe in production for From?
Dog, y'all are missing the entire plot of life. When you start talking about interdimensional quantum physics and space-time reality kind of thing, and to make you think, the entire series is going to make you think, it's going to make you react, it's going to make you feel a certain kind of way. It's got every emotion that you need, and you're going to be wrapped into every character there. If you ain't watched From, you just fucking tripping.
Did you do Lost?
Yes, it took me probably fucking 15 years before I just did Lost freaking 3 years ago.
I just couldn't.
3 years ago, I did Lost. So what was it, 15 years old before I got to
it? Because I remember from back in the day when you had to wait, until it actually aired because there was no cable or none of that. But I didn't watch it then, and then I heard it ended stupid, so I just never got into it, never watched it.
So I like everything you said applies to me, except I actually did watch it. So I watched it maybe the year after, right after it ended. So I didn't have to wait for anything. Lost is probably the first series that I actually just binged the F out of. And I won't give anything away, but here's what I'll say. My cousin, and we still argue about this series to this day. We argue about it. Like, he loves it to the ninth degree. And he came over. He's like, bro, we're going to watch. He's like, this is so dope. We're going to watch the first episode together. We're going to sit here and watch this, and then we'll go out. I was like, all right. So we came over. We watched this episode. Within 10 minutes of him sitting beside me, and we start this show up, I go, hey, I bet you this show's about this. And he stops and he gives me this look like, holy shit, you figured this entire series out in 10 minutes. And I'm like, no, it is like this. If it's like this and this is how it showed, like how it ends, that's crazy. And now he's silent. He got nothing to say.
That's not cool when you can just predict. I tell you something that's gonna get you.
I went 15 seasons or whatever it is to find out I was right within the 10 minutes.
Save yourself a lot of time.
I can get you Lost adjacent, kids.
What are you talking?
What's that? Like that? La Brea.
Who?
La Brea. It's a show.
All right. Well, you will have to tell me about this one, and we will maybe I'll jump in because I'm not.
It might be better.
I'm not really watching too much stuff right now, but I know there's some dope stuff about to pop off. Like there is House of the Dragon about to pop off. There is X-Men 97 about to pop off. If y'all down, but
June 21st.
What is
House of Dragon?
House of the Dragon. It's like, that's what I'm saying. Like there's I got no time for you, then. I'm sorry. I'm out. I'm House of the Dragon in like 3-4 days.
Oh, you fucking gonna do the show, but then you're gonna save your episode and then you're gonna watch it later. If I can do it, you can do it. I fucking love that show. There's nobody that loves that shit more than me. You ain't gonna sit here and tell me you love it more than me. I love that shit.
I'm not gonna say I love anything more than you, man. But at the end of the day, you know what I love Game of Thrones in a major way, and I really like what they've been doing with this new series, so I'm definitely in. But let me tell you, if y'all ain't messing with X-Men 97, you're making a grave mistake that you probably should rectify.
All right. One last thing before we get ready to close this out. And this is one of the. Now I know I'm living in a time right now that I understand better of why this series was canceled. It wasn't that it wasn't good. It wasn't that it wasn't hitting and hitting different people. Somebody just thought that this shit was being key. I mean, what's his name? What's his last name?
Key and Peele?
One of them was involved with this.
One of them was involved with what?
Lovecraft Country.
Oh, it's got to be Jordan.
Key and Michael Key, or
no, it's got to be Jordan Peele, because Jordan Peele does he does movies like that, right? Yeah. He does Get Out. Was it Get Out?
Yeah, he got Get Out. Him.
Yeah, he does stuff like that. So like you're probably right.
It's excellent. I mean, you want to talk about refreshing. You want to talk about give me something that I haven't seen before and make it very, very entertaining and interesting and keep me thinking. That fucking series to this day, I think that thing ended in 2021 or something like that. It's been years since it's been on the air. But I was absolutely disgusted by the industry by not letting that continue. That shit was off the chain. And I'm just now looking at it again after a few years of its closing. And it's even better now because I notice more now. There's a story in that. Trips, watch Lovecraft Country.
So well, you see I don't like Supernatural. I don't do Supernatural.
It's a little bit more than supernatural, man.
Yeah. Psychological, supernatural, all spiritual, horror. Yeah, not my.
How about it's a story about you, black man?
Yeah, I already know my story, lived it.
Okay.
But I see horror, fantasy, not my thing. Supernatural elements, not my thing.
You just want to see karate and heads getting busted and shit.
No, I like what I want to see what I like. I'm not into supernatural or none of that shit because it's one of those things where it's like aliens or some shit. It's like, ooh, imagine it could be, it possibly is. Yeah, I don't know. But guess what? Those karate movies, it shows you how to break an arm. And you can do that shit.
Look at Dante Lewis. Shout out to Dante Lewis. I don't know if I've ever seen you here,
There's some real black history in that show.
Hey, hit that subscribe button, Dante. That's exactly the point. It's real black history going on right here. And funny, funny that we have to go to those lengths to explain black history. We got to put
only one season in 2020
movies. This is dope. It's some of the dopest content you're gonna ever see in your life.
Oh, only one season? No, that sucks.
Watch it. But we got to get ready to get out of here, man. We got to get out of here. And we ain't gonna do a whole lot of pleasantries. I'm gonna do it before we get out of here. Thank everybody that subscribed to Kedz Canuck, Sports Chicago Style, and the Nomad Network. Keep the love coming. Always show up here on Wednesday night, Sunday night, both at 8 p.m. Central. We love you all. We support you all. Keep supporting us. Give us all the love in the world, man, because, man, this is the off season. This is the off season for the Bears, and it's particularly difficult to give you guys content. And guess what? We're going to find ways to do it over here because that's what we do. We show up, we show out, and we fill that space for you guys that can't wait for the Bears season to start like we cannot. But there's ways to entertain ourselves and you all too, man. So that's what we were trying to do tonight, man. I hope, some of the trivia questions were right to the point and you guys got to think about it a little bit. But it was a good time, man. But we got to leave this thing on the right note and say this. Love, peace, and hair grease, y'all.